Chapter 32. Yun Nuashing had successfully broken out of seclusion, but the two of them were not in a hurry to leave this place. This place naturally condensed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. They planned to completely control this level of energy before leaving. According to Yun, he was now being watched by the world. There would definitely be many people who would persevere in searching for him, wanting to capture him and bring him to the fire god shrine to receive the award. This made his face turn ashen, and at the same time he was confused. He did not know why those people were looking for him. Although he was depressed, he calmed down and thought about it carefully. Unless there was something special that drew the attention of others away from Yun Nuashing, he really could only live in seclusion in the mountains. The low-key little star is being watched by the world. She's about to be plucked from the starry sky. Yun covered her mouth and laughed. Yun Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness. Of course. The two of them had rejected the idea of going down the path of an ascetic monk from the beginning. Then they would have to show their faces in the secular world. Since that was the case, they had to hide their tracks. The production of the snow-flamed facial skin had to be sped up. We've already gotten the 10,000 years green spiritual vine. Now we still have the flame flower. We haven't found the ice crystal yet, Yun said as she counted. Little star, why don't you just get married? There are many people in the outside world who want to marry you. Among them, there are many superpowers. Once you marry into a rich family, there won't be any problems with any materials, Yun teased. Then why are we looking for these things? Yun Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness. Since they had already walked right into the trap, there was no need for these things, right? Seriously, a group of people are all blind. Do they really not see clearly, or are they doing it on purpose? I'm a man. Yun Nuashing could not help but nag. Every time she received news, it was about a girl, but the main point was that he was a man. I feel like I'm treating you as Princess Taiping because your face really doesn't look like it's on a boy's body. Moreover, you don't have an Adam's apple, Yun said seriously as she sized him up. Yun Nuashing was stunned as she touched her throat. Then her gaze became even more bitter. Since little star doesn't want to be taken away and doesn't want to get married, then let's hurry up and find those two damned materials. Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth and spoke first. Hearing this, Yun smiled and shook her head. Her delicate hands excitedly grabbed Yun Nuashing. Under his surprised gaze, she smiled and said, "Let's go eat, drink, and play." After saying that, without waiting for the stunned Yun Nuashing to react, he directly lifted the shocked and pale Yun Nuashing with one hand and jumped off the cliff while laughing. Don't. Ah, a mournful wail echoed through the mountain range. The bustling city was dyed with the unique aura of the mortal world. Loud shouts could be heard in the streets and alleys, making Yun Nuashing, who was far away, feel nostalgic. Living in this world, it was inevitable that people would be tainted by smoke and fire. If you don't stand tall, you'll be like shaking your clothes in the dust or standing in the mud. How can you surpass yourself? If you don't take a step back, you'll be like a moth flying toward a candle or a sheep touching the fences. How can you be happy? In a room in a restaurant, Yun Nuashing stood on the balcony and raised a cup of tea to the sky. He sighed heavily and slowly drank it with a strange expression. Little star, why do you look so sad? Are you not happy coming out to play? Yun walked to Yun Nuashing's side with a cup of fragrant wine and smiled as she rubbed his head. No, I'm quite happy. Yes, I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I want to ask you something. Is it really okay for us to walk around in such a dignified manner without hiding anything? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. In a situation where he was being watched from all sides, he wished that he could fly into the sky and disappear from everyone's sight. Yun, on the other hand, swaggered into the restaurant with him. Well, it's okay. We'll enjoy ourselves and they'll find them. As long as no one is blind enough to cause trouble, everything will be fine. It's not too late to run away if something happens, Yun smiled as she patted his head and said with a smile, "Besides, who can recognize you now?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's handsome face turned as black as charcoal. He patted the red robe he had temporarily changed into, and his body couldn't help but tremble with shame and anger. That was Yu Yin's robe, and it still had a faint fragrance. The signature clothes of the goddess were a large black windbreaker and a black hat. So before entering the city, Yu Yin had dressed him up well. He originally looked like a girl, but now he looked like a young girl with a bitter face. His slender hair was pinned into a phoenix crown with a jade hairpin, and a lotus flower was inserted into his hair. When Mei Mao raised her head, it made people's hearts beat faster. Of course, although Yu Yin said that she was taking him out to have fun, she was actually looking for medicinal herbs and information. The flame flower and the ice crystal were not ordinary materials. The Taiyuan region was unimaginably vast, and it was a complete accident that they were able to find the 10,000 years green spiritual vine. As for the remaining two, it seemed that they couldn't completely rely on their illusory and unreliable luck. After stuffing herself with food and drinks, Yu Yin burped in satisfaction, then dragged Yin Nuashing, who had a bitter look on his face, towards the biggest inn in the city. "Wait for me!" On the street, Yin Nuashing was panting as he supported Yu Yin. At this time he was wearing some high-heeled boots, and he staggered to catch up with Yu Yin. The shoes on his feet made him feel really uncomfortable, but Yu Yin seemed to be deliberately walking very fast, making it difficult for him to move. "Come on, you look exactly like a delicate girl. It seems that my skills are quite good. Retract your chin a little more." Seeing Yin Nuashing's embarrassed appearance, Yu Yin nodded with satisfaction. She reached out to hold Yin Nuashing's hand and said, while holding back her laughter, "I can feel you laughing." "I can hear you laughing." Yin Nuashing blushed. He had never seen a man dressed as a woman so well. Okay. After finding a good place to sleep in the hotel, Yu Yin left Yin Nuashing in the hotel and went out alone. The latter only had time to remind her to be careful, and through the netherworld ruin soared to her. Then he saw a red whirlwind fly away, leaving a trail of dust behind. "The door creaked as it swayed, so energetic that it gives me a headache." Watching Yu Yin leave, Yin Nuashing shook his head with a smile. He didn't have that much energy. He sighed and walked to the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. "I really look good." Yin Nuashing lifted the hem of his clothes and turned around. He tried to smile sweetly, but when he saw his face, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After sitting in the hotel for a long time, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror again. After making sure that even he couldn't recognize himself, he walked straight out. When he arrived at a restaurant, Yin Nuashing sat down by the window on the second floor, as usual. When he heard the exclamations of amazement and admiration, he felt both angry and helpless. At the same time, he praised Yu Yin in his heart. Places like restaurants were always the best way to obtain information. There were many people, and the flow of information was very fast. Constellation City's auction, which is held once every 100 years, is about to begin. It is said that even the experts of the older generation have been alarmed this time. The 9 great elemental temples, the 8 great ancient families, these colossal forces stationed in the Taiyuan region are about to take action. They have been preparing for this auction for a long time. An auction that spans 100 years. An ordinary person can only participate in it 4 or 5 times in their lifetime. I wonder if this auction will be as intense as the previous one. It is said that there is a mid-level divine weapon in this auction. That is a divine weapon. They are actually willing to put it up for auction? Sigh. A divine weapon can't be used just because you have it. If the divine weapon is not compatible with your element, its power will be damaged. It will be far less powerful than a person with the same element. I guess the people of Constellation Pavilion have some plans, so they put it up for auction. Do you guys think those big shots will come in person? That's not very likely. Those old monsters won't be interested in auctions of this level. They are already giving enough face by sending their subordinate forces to participate. But the Taiyuan goddess is here. She might even come to the Constellation Pavilion's auction. Aren't those 11 forces very interested in her? Goddess, huh? It is said that the heaven-defying senior of the Divination Pavilion forcefully calculated her location and calculated that she would come to Constellation City. I wonder if she really came. What kind of person is she that these 11 transcendental forces are willing to spend so much effort to find her? The 9 great temples said that she looks like an acquaintance, but who knows what they are thinking? They put out a reward for finding her. But the prerequisite is that she can't be harmed. Do they think she is stupid? Just stand there and let you catch her? If it were you, would you do that? Then, can't they seal her and take her away? The goddess has a divine weapon. Even the heaven-defying senior had to use almost all of his strength to calculate her location. That divine weapon must be a top-level one. It might even be a sealing one. What kind of seal do you think can seal her? Moreover, don't forget that she worked with the Glories will tree to eradicate the soul-devouring tree. Now, no one knows her relationship with the Glories will tree. If something happens to her, the Glories will tree will go crazy and unleash its unparalleled power. The 11 forces will be destroyed. Hiss! Is it that terrifying? The Glories will tree was born from heaven and earth. It is a divine item that has existed for dozens of eras. Who can stop it? Speaking of the Glories will tree, why did it suddenly disappear from the ghost forest? Why didn't it leave even a trace? Heaven and earth treasures have the instinct to take advantage of good fortune and avoid calamity. After living for dozens of eras, it has already given birth to its own spiritual wisdom. Maybe its incarnation has already walked in the fish world. Maybe it felt something and hid its body. Gee, it's really hard for the people of the 9 temples. They used such a large force to find it, but in the end, they didn't even find a hair. Sure, the people of the Temple of Elements are coming. The sound of flying around in the restaurant came to an abrupt end. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and suddenly fell silent, causing Yin Nuashing to be startled. He slightly raised his gaze and looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. The bright and beautiful sunlight was projected at the entrance of the restaurant. 8 figures slowly walked into the restaurant. Their shadows were long and slender. The 8 people who walked in were 4 men and 4 women. The men were free and easy, and the women were beautiful. They had quite the taste of a talented man and a beautiful woman. The auras of the 8 of them were long and drawn as they slowly walked into the restaurant. They brought with them a faintly discernible pressure. Their auras were so powerful that the crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Moreover, they had the most distinct symbols of the various divine halls on their bodies. Their multicolored robes were very recognizable. The red fire god temple, the green wood god temple, the ice blue water god temple, the silver blue thunder god temple, and so on. Yun Nuashing carefully looked at them. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. These 8 people walking together looked quite funny. She almost laughed out loud. She took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. She couldn't help but whisper in a low voice, "Radish, green vegetables, chicken stew, huh?" Although the voice was almost inaudible, it did not escape the ears of the 8 people. This somewhat unpleasant description caused the 8 people to immediately turn their gazes towards the second floor. The hall suddenly became dead quiet. It seemed that more than 8 people had heard her whisper. Everyone trembled fiercely. Who was so bold that they dared to laugh at the people of the 9 great temples in public? Yun Nuashing had already turned her gaze to the window before they looked over. Her jade-like palm was supporting her cheek. She looked as if she had nothing to do with it, but in her heart she was constantly muttering, "Can't see me, can't see me." So sharp, you can even hear me whispering to myself. Yun Nuashing shook his face and let the cold sweat slide down. He laughed dryly in his heart. Hiss! These 8 people can't be the 8 people of the Temple of Elements, right? The next divine king of the younger generation of the Temple of Elements? No wonder They are so young, but their strength is so great. Hey, the people of the 8 great ancient clans haven't come yet. I wonder where the most outstanding youth of the world will come from. It seems that the people sent by the 9 great temples are them. However, it seems that no one from the Light Temple has come. Could it be that they are not interested? The sudden resurgence of discussion made the 8 pairs of eyes lose their target. They frowned, but didn't say anything. They just found a place to sit down. Although there were only 8 people, 9 seats were occupied. There was a cup of hot tea in the empty seat. It was a good indication that there were people here. Huh. The girl dressed in a bright red robe suddenly exclaimed. Mei Mao stared blankly at Yun Nuashing, who had been looking out of the window. There was a trace of puzzlement in her eyes. Sister Huaji, what's wrong? Beside him, a woman in green robes with an otherworldly appearance asked with a faint smile. She had a charming look on her face. That person is so strange, the girl called Huaji frowned. She was only 17 or 18 years old, but there was a trace of bone-piercing coldness on her face. She was very different from the fiery impression of Huaji. It seemed that she didn't like to talk much. Hearing this, the other 7 people also turned their eyes suspiciously. When they looked carefully, they were all stunned. Huh. The woman in the green robe and the man in the silver robe both exclaimed softly. Obviously, they both found that something was wrong. The 8 people retracted their gazes and looked at each other. Then they inexplicably turned their gazes away. When the people in the hall saw this, they also followed their gazes and looked at Yun Nuashing. They were all curious about what they were looking at. At this time, Yun Nuashing was still staring out of the window, but his heart was as uneasy as ants on a hot pan. He kept saying, "Oh my God, why are you looking at me? I'm not a peerless beauty. It's useless to look at me." However, he forgot that after being dressed up by Yun, he really did look like a peerless beauty. Although it was strange, the 8 people didn't do anything. They looked away after a few more glances. They quietly drank their tea and glanced at the empty seat from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Yun Nuashing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 8 people still glanced at him from time to time, at least they didn't make trouble for him. However, he wasn't worried that they would do anything to him. After all, the 11 alliances had said that they would find him without any harm. They were the people of the 9 temples. Naturally, they wouldn't trouble him for no reason. The premise was that he had to report his identity. But then he would be caught. After a while, 8 figures came in from the door. They inadvertently glanced at the 8 people of the Temple of Elements. Then 4 of them didn't change their expressions while the other 4 frowned. The 8 people of the Temple of Elements also glanced at them. 16 pairs of eyes met each other in the air. The sharp people seemed to have smelled the smell of gunpowder. However, to everyone's disappointment, none of the dozen people said anything. The 8 people of the Temple of Elements just looked at them and walked towards a table. They were a little far away from them. Everyone also looked at the 8 people. They didn't find any obvious characteristics, so they retracted their gazes. The information is accurate. There is indeed that thing in this auction. Yun Nuashing didn't know how long he had been sitting. Just as he was about to fall asleep, an amiable voice sounded without warning. He was about to close his eyes when he opened them again. He looked downstairs. "Brother, can you change the way you appear? It's so scary every time." Even the man in the silver-blue robe was startled. His entire body trembled, and then he sighed. He looked at the seat that had been empty for a long time and grumbled. That's right. Nobody knew when a person had appeared on the seat. His snow-white robe didn't seem to be stained with a trace of smoke. His bright white hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were also bright white. His slightly squinted eyes and the corner of his mouth had a faint smile. It gave him a gentle and refined taste. His face could be regarded as delicate and pretty. Although he wasn't the kind of handsome, the more you looked at him, the more you would be fascinated by him. Light element Yun Nuashing slowly narrowed his eyes as he felt the aura coming out of his body. Chapter 33. Is it confirmed? Is the news wrong? The woman in green took a sip of tea and looked at the man in white. It's confirmed. The Divine King and the others also said that we should try our best to get that thing. Then, if we can't win the bid, can we? The man in the silver-blue robe grinned and said meaningfully, Lei Ming, we're not here to fight this time. Everything depends on strength. The man in white raised his eyebrows and reminded him. Then he said, Well, if we can't get it in the end, we can also consider it, but it's not our turn to fight. We'll just stand aside and watch the show. In the end, Big Brother, that's what you were thinking. The man in the silver-blue robe called, Lei Ming muttered. Well, Wood Spirit, did I say something? The man in white took a sip of tea and pretended to be puzzled as he asked the woman in green. I don't want to talk to you. The woman called Wood Spirit rolled her eyes at him, turned her head, and said angrily, However, isn't it a little too early for us to participate in an auction of this level? Even the Divine King and the others are paying attention. Wood Spirit played with a strand of black hair in boredom and said, Indeed, it has nothing to do with us. The Divine King just brought us here to broaden our horizons. The man in white smiled. I seem to have heard you say that there's a strange person. Putting down the teacup, the man looked at Huiji and said, Look up there. Huiji muttered and pointed to the second floor with her fiery red eyes. Yun Nuashing had never seen them before. The man in white followed her line of sight and stared at Yun Nuashing until she felt a little scared. His silver-white eyes swept over her body inch by inch. After a long time he said indifferently, Very strong. The admiration in his voice made Huiji and the others widen their eyes and look at him in astonishment. They couldn't understand why this big brother of the Light Temple would say that. They had never heard him praise others like this. At least, the 8 of you are no match for him. The man in white said again, If Big Brother fights with that person, what's the result? Huiji frowned, curled her lips, and asked indifferently, I'm not sure. What? The 8 of them were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. After a while, Lei Ming opened his dry mouth and said, Big Brother, are you kidding? The light element isn't the strongest either. It depends on who is using it. The white-clothed man narrowed his eyes even more and stared at Yun Nuashing without blinking. A faint golden light flashed through his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head. The 8 of them looked at Yun Nuashing with increasingly strange expressions, muttering inwardly. Clearly, they didn't believe the white-clothed man's words. Could it be that he also had the light element? The white-robed man gently stood up and stared at Yun Nuashing. With a very gentle voice, he said softly, May I know your name, fellow Taoist? The people in the hall were confused. They didn't know what this hero of the Light Temple was doing. Did he have a grudge against this person? Yun Nuashing, who had almost fallen asleep, was stunned for a moment. He could tell that the voice was directed at him. After thinking for a while, without turning his face, he said in a hoarse voice, I'm just a nameless cultivator. It's not worth mentioning. The white-clothed man smiled and personally poured a cup of water. A faint golden light appeared in his hand, enveloping the cup of tea. With a wave of his hand, the golden light sent the cup of tea to the table in front of Yun Nuashing. He said with a smile, With tea in place of wine, I propose a toast to fellow Taoist. Yun Nuashing frowned, confused. He still didn't turn his face. His hand was hidden in his red robe. He took the cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. After all, he didn't want to cause any trouble, so he had no reason to refuse after thinking for a while. Yun Nuashing also poured a cup of tea in this posture and threw it back. During this process, Yun Nuashing didn't get up. His body was completely curled up in his red robe. No one could tell whether he was a man or a woman. How arrogant! Lei Ming frowned and was about to flare up, but he was stopped by the white-clothed man. Lei Ming immediately transmitted his voice. Big Brother! He doesn't respect you at all. It's fine. I'm toasting him. but I didn't say that he has to toast me." The white-clothed man shook his head. He still had a warm smile on his face. He took the teacup floating in front of him, raised his head, and drank it in one gulp. "Fellow Taoist, what's outside the window?" The white-clothed man thought for a while and asked in a seemingly casual manner. However, he didn't use a voice transmission to deliberately attract the attention of the surrounding people. "Flowers." Yun Nuashing frowned. He didn't know why the white-clothed man was pestering him. Hearing the extremely cold voice, the white-clothed man shook his head helplessly and sat down. It seemed that the conversation couldn't continue. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Mu Ling transmitted her voice in confusion. "Nothing. I'm very curious about this person's identity. Just treat it as a whim." The white-clothed man smiled silently and explained. The good show that they were looking forward to didn't happen. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment and then went back to talking about their own matters. Yun Nuashing now felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He didn't reveal his identity and appearance just now because of his mentality. Of course, he couldn't do it now. He wanted to wait for the people from the 9 great temples to leave before immediately returning. However, they didn't leave even after a long time, as if they wanted to stay here. "Motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur, you bastard, you pervert." Yun Nuashing cursed the white-clothed man in his heart. It had been half a day since then, and his neck was aching. If the latter hadn't casually talked to him, he wouldn't have to turn his neck so sadly. "Motherf asterisk cur, grave egg, duck egg, dragon egg." Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. At the same time he wailed and begged in his heart. "Big sister Yu-een, come save me. I can't hold on any longer." Night fell. The ice-blue crescent moon hung in the sky and poured its cold moonlight onto the earth, causing the temperature of the world to drop slightly. There was a saying that went, "Only appear when you're called out 1,000 times." After crying in his heart for a long time, Yu-een finally appeared at the entrance of the tavern as if she had sensed something. When she saw Yun Nuashing on the 2nd floor, she almost screamed. However, when she sensed the strange atmosphere around her, she restrained herself. "Big sister, save me. That pervert has his eyes on me." Yun Nuashing naturally sensed Yu-yin's arrival and immediately transmitted his voice with his soul power. This way, as long as the soul power didn't surpass his, it would be impossible to stop him. After refining the heavenly spirit branch, his soul had also been strengthened to a terrifying extent. Yu-een twirled Maimao around and glanced at the people from the 9 great temples. Then, she casually walked up to the 2nd floor. When she passed by the table of people from the 9 great temples, the 9 of them glanced at Yu-een before retracting their gazes. Yu-een stroked the shrunken netherworld ruin sword that was hidden in her sleeve. When she passed by Yun Nuashing, the netherworld ruin sword suddenly trembled and emitted a purplish black light. It expanded at an astonishing speed and instantly enveloped a few meters around the 2 of them. Then, the 2 of them instantly disappeared without a trace under everyone's astonished gazes. They actually escaped. The white-robed man stared in astonishment. For the first time his eyes widened. "It's a barrier. I sense the fluctuations of a barrier. It's at least an immortal-grade barrier." The woman in the ice-blue robe, who had been silent all this time, spoke in astonishment. She was very sensitive to the activation of barriers and formations. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that girl to be her companion. Forget it. Let's ignore her. Let's go and rest for the night. We'll go to the auction tomorrow." The white-robed man scratched his head and chuckled. The 8 of them rolled their eyes at him. They didn't know what he was up to. However, they didn't say anything. They nodded, got up, and left. The white-robed man sighed and watched the 8 of them leave the restaurant. Then he got up and walked straight to where Yun Nuashing was sitting. He lowered his head and looked at the table. His body instantly stiffened. There were 2 big words written on the table. "Pervert. Did I do something wrong?" The white-robed man shuddered when he sensed the strong resentment in those two words. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking his head, his body trembled, and he disappeared on the spot. In the hotel, the space suddenly trembled slightly. A purplish-black barrier slowly appeared and dispersed. Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin's figures appeared. Damn it! That damned white-robed *TCH. Don't let me see him again. As soon as she came out of the barrier, Yun Nuashing sat on the bed with a belly full of anger. She hammered the bed unhappily and cursed continuously. Little Star is so angry. Yu Yin covered her mouth with her lily-white hand. She laughed so hard that her delicate body was trembling. Yun Nuashing pouted and stared at her resentfully. All right. Let's stop fooling around. I just received information about the flame flower. Yu Yin smiled and patted her face. Where is it? Yun Nuashing's spirit was slightly lifted, and he looked at her with shining eyes. The auction. Huh. Yun Nuashing lowered her head when she heard that. She stared at Yu Yin strangely. It's the once-in-a-century auction in Constellation City. Yu Yin was stunned when she saw Yun Nuashing's dazed look. Everyone in the city knows about this. You've been sitting in the restaurant for half a day. You should have heard about it, right? Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly when he heard that. I know, but why there? I collected some information and went to the auction house on the way. I found traces of the flame flower. Rather than go through the trouble of looking for it myself, I might as well buy it directly. Yu Yin pursed her lips and raised her chin. What's wrong? Yu Yin was a little stunned when she saw Yun Nuashing's liver-colored face. Yun Nuashing nodded bitterly and told her what happened in the hotel just now. Wait. Yu Yin suddenly stopped him. She raised her lily-white hand and energy surged. The faces of 8 people appeared, and she asked, the 8 people who came in later, are they these 8 people? Do you know them? Yun Nuashing nodded and asked, I don't. Yu Yin shook her head and said faintly, do you know where these 8 people came from? Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, I haven't talked to them before. I don't know. They. Yu Yin sighed and said, they are from the 8 ancient families. The people who came this time aren't just the young experts. Some of the elders from their forces came with them. It seems like there's something that they're envious of and want to get their hands on. Little Star, if you're exposed this time, your situation will be very serious. Yu Yin's face was solemn, which was rare for her. Everyone in the world knew that the 11 forces were searching for Yun Nuashing. Although they didn't know what they were looking for, if they found Yun Nuashing, she wouldn't be safe. Who knew if they wanted Yun Nuashing to do something strange? Do you mean that I don't have to go? Yun Nuashing scratched her head. No, you should go. It's fine, I'll handle everything. Yu Yin shook her head. Mei Mao looked at her with a sly glint in her eyes. Yun Nuashing's hair stood on end when she saw that strange glint. She folded her red clothes with both hands and laughed dryly. She asked weakly, what do you mean? Yu Yin grinned. Her 10 fingers moved, and a light flashed from her ring. A bunch of strange boxes suddenly flew out, and 2 brushes appeared in her hands. She held them in her hands and waved them at Yun Nuashing. She smiled evilly and said, Little Xing, give me your beautiful face. No. Deep in the night, a shrill scream sounded. Her skin is like congealed fat, sparkling and translucent. Her limpid eyes are divine, and her bones are jade-like. She is devastatingly beautiful and peerless in her generation. What an outstanding beauty! She can captivate the birds and beasts. She can outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and was stunned when she heard this description. The divine mirror of light appeared in her hand, and she looked into it in fear. Her long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly, and her long and slender eyebrows curved into a beautiful arc. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her eyes were a little blurred, and her ink-black hair was casually tied up by a fiery red long belt. Her every movement exuded a seductive aura. She was a girl who could bring disaster to a country. No, this isn't me. It's not me. Yun Nuashing was so frightened by this perfect face that her face turned pale. She looked up at the sky and screamed in horror. Aha! Yu Yin rolled on the bed and laughed. Her jade-like hands kept hammering the mattress. That little star. You can stay like this from now on. Yu Yin laughed, and her eyes were like water. She smiled and said, I think this haha is pretty good. Why don't you stay as a girl, a haha, and live on? No, no, no. This isn't real. Tell me that this is a dream. Yun Nuashing screamed shrilly and almost dropped the mirror. Chapter 34. After a long time, Yun Nuashing, who had gradually calmed down, sighed and looked at himself in the mirror on the dressing table. Then he looked at Yu Yin, who was standing behind him and gently combing his hair, and said, We're going to the auction, but we don't have that much money. Although he had once looted Mu Ingzi's palace, there wasn't much money left behind among the things left. Most of them were strange things, and there were only about 200 million gold coins left. For an ordinary family, it wasn't a problem to support hundreds of generations of people for hundreds of lifetimes, and it was even a huge sum of money for some ordinary cultivators. However, if they wanted to participate in an auction, the luxurious bidding was still not enough. Money isn't a problem. Yu Yin waved her hand and picked up a jade hairpin to measure it on his head. You have a way. Yun Nuashing was puzzled. Hee. Yu Yin smiled mysteriously and put down the jade hairpin. Then she took out a dark green leaf from her ring, and a rich vitality suddenly filled the entire room. This, Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. He recognized that this was the leaf of the Glories will tree. That majestic vitality couldn't be wrong. He looked at the leaf and then looked at the crafty Yu Yin. He suddenly had a headache and guessed some clues. Really, do we have to do this? Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva. This was the leaf of the Glories will tree. Although he had hundreds of them on him, to the outside world, it was an unattainable divine object. Anyway, you have a lot of them, so don't make a fuss. Yu Yin pursed her lips disapprovingly. She pressed his head, picked up a jade hairpin, and ran it through his hair a few times, making a noble phoenix hairpin. Then she patted his head in satisfaction. That thing, once it is born, there will be a bloodbath. Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. Those big forces were like wolves and tigers. A few months ago, they had obtained nothing in the Ghost Chi forest. Now, if they saw this palm-sized leaf, their eyes would probably turn green and they would fight for it crazily. In a battle between several tigers, there would definitely be casualties. Who cares? Let the outside world fight until the sky turns dark and the earth turns dark. Let's see if the world collapses. We just need to take the things and leave. Yu Yin stuck out her tongue and smiled cutely. Also, from tomorrow onwards, you're not allowed to slap people anymore. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. You can't even roll your eyes. Yu Yin pinched his face and continued. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. Tilting your head is fine, but widen your eyes. If it's too big, it's too small. It's better to be natural. Spare me. Why do you have to do this? Yun Nuashing wailed. Being treated like this by a girl made him want to die. The Constellation Pavilion was an extremely famous big force in the entire Taiyuan region. In the realm of the gods, it was known as the 12 Constellation Palaces along with the other star forces. Constellation City was a city controlled by the Constellation Pavilion. Although their headquarters were in the Divine Prefecture, their strength in the Taiyuan region branch was not something that other ordinary forces could compare to. Therefore, when the Constellation Pavilion announced that they were going to hold an auction, many big and small forces came to show their support. However, this was a large-scale auction that was held once in 100 years. Most people hoped to buy something they liked, needed, or saw something that was rarely seen in the outside world. The night quietly passed as the first rays of the morning sun appeared on the horizon. Star City, which had slept for an entire night, instantly erupted with shocking vitality. The desolate streets were swiftly filled with human figures that surged out from various places. The destination of these human figures was the same. That was the auction square in the middle of the city. Today was the grandest large-scale auction in Constellation City in 100 years. The number of experts who came for it also surpassed that of any previous auction. Its influence even spread throughout the entire western region of the Taiyuan region. A ray of morning sun spread through the window and climbed into the room, shining on the red-clothed girl who was kneeling on the bed. Under the rays of the sun, the red-clothed girl's tightly shut maimao trembled slightly and struggled to open her eyes. Her pitch-black eyes flickered with a faint golden radiance. Yun Nuashing suddenly spread her 6 pitch-black wings, and violent wind elements filled every corner of the room. After a while it calmed down, and the 6 wings also slowly retracted. As the violent wind calmed down, her fluttering dress also quietly fell down and stuck to her skin, touching her well-decorated face. Yun Nuashing sighed and jumped off the bed. She woke up Yu-in, who was lying on the other bed behind her, and tidied herself up in front of the mirror. Yu-in woke up in a daze. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, washed up a little, and smiled. "Good morning, great beauty Yin." Then she was dragged out of the hotel by Yun Nuashing with a dark face. The location of the auction, held by the Constellation Pavilion, was an unusually spacious palace located at the center of Constellation City. Although the spatial array had filled the entire place with people, there was still an endless stream of people flowing in. When Yun Nuashing and the other 2 arrived at the auction palace, they looked at the seemingly endless stream of people and immediately felt a headache coming on. These crazy people, however, when Yun Nuashing activated the plane barrier of the Nethervoid sword, the surrounding figures were instantly swept away. Although the Constellation Pavilion had special passageways for powerful experts and major factions, the 2 of them were not among them. However, it was no big deal to use a plane barrier to pass through. After all, no one would know. The 2 of them first came to the auction appraisal room. In front of the dozens of pairs of shining eyes in the appraisal room, they calmly took out a jade box, revealing the heavenly spirit tree leaf inside. Then, they gently retreated from the pile of jaws that fell to the ground. When they left, they were also given a palm-sized silver VIP jade talisman that flickered with starlight. When they returned to the passageway outside, they inadvertently saw a large group of people coming in through the special passageway. "The people from the 9 Elements Shrine are all here," Yun Nuashing whispered. There were a few people who looked quite young, but their eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. They were dressed according to the colors of each shrine. The only difference was that the man in white clothes seemed to be the only one from the light shrine. "Who is it?" The leader of the silver-blue strong figure suddenly raised his head, and a tiny bolt of lightning shot out from his silver eyes. It instantly passed through the place where Yun Nuashing and the others were. Just as it was about to hit the wall, he frowned and dissipated the bolt of lightning. "Brother Lei, what's wrong?" The group of people looked at him in confusion, then looked at the empty area and asked in confusion. The strong man frowned and said uncertainly, "I clearly felt that someone was spying on us just now. Could it be that I sensed wrongly?" After saying that, he shook his head and complained that he was getting old. Everyone looked at each other and felt a little puzzled, but they didn't pay too much attention to it and walked straight into the passageway. If you can break the enchantment set up by the Netherworld Ruins sword, then you're really heaven-defying. On the other side, Yun Nuashing, who was slowly walking into the VIP passageway, smiled faintly. Yun Nuashing and Lei Yuan walked through the soft passageway. After a few minutes, the view in front of them suddenly became spacious, and a huge auction house appeared in front of them. Without leaving a trace, Yun Nuashing dispersed the barrier and looked at the auction venue that was densely packed with countless seats. He could not help but stick out his tongue. This was the first time in his life that he had seen so many people gathered together. The noise was enough to shatter his eardrums. At this time, the huge auction house was already filled with many people. There were also dozens of transparent platforms floating in the air, and all of them were filled with people. All kinds of voices were intertwined, and it sounded very noisy. Looking at the ceiling that was only supported by 4 pitch-black pillars, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but exclaim, "Instead of saying that this is a palace, it's better to say that this is a square." The entire palace was about 3,000 feet tall, and even the 4 pillars were a few hundred feet wide, exuding a faint coldness. From the outside, the palace didn't look so huge. According to Yun Nuashing's guess, there was probably some kind of space-expanding array that was activated here. As soon as the two of them walked out of the passageway, a pretty, dignified maid in a cheongsam quickly greeted them and said respectfully, "Sirs, do you have a VIP jade talisman?" Yun Nuashing took out the jade talisman that a group of appraisers had just stuffed into his hand from his pocket and handed it over. After receiving the jade talisman, the respectful expression on the maid's face became even more obvious. She respectfully bowed to the two of them and said, "Sirs, please follow me." After saying that, she directly rose into the air and slowly flew towards the sky. Behind her, Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing looked at each other and followed her. The two of them followed the maid and passed through 2 layers of transparent platforms in the sky. A minute later, they stopped in front of a floating platform that was closest to the front row of the auction house, after which they bowed and retreated. This floating platform was like a small, luxurious room. It was exquisitely designed and appeared exceptionally luxurious. When they walked in, the various noises below were immediately isolated. When they looked down, the view was excellent and they could see every inch of the auction house. They were only about 10 meters above the ground. The two of them sat in the VIP seats. Yun Nuashing lazily shrank into the soft chair and looked at the other 9 VIP seats. At this moment, there were already quite a number of people seated or standing in the VIP seats. The appearance of the Yun Nuashing duo also attracted quite a number of gazes, especially the 2 stunning faces, which attracted the attention of quite a number of young men. 9 elemental temple, 8 ancient families. Yun Nuashing silently read the names of the forces in the VIP seats and softly exclaimed, "What's the matter?" Yuin asked, "Those 3." In her line of sight, a fiery red figure, a sturdy silver-blue figure, and a purple golden-robed man were standing together. They were laughing and chatting about something. The 3 of them were the 3 people she met in the ancient ruins outside Star Spirit City. They were from the Fire Divine Temple, the Lightning Divine Temple, and the Xian family. At the same time, the 3 people who sensed Yun Nuashing's gaze also looked over. When they saw Yun Nuashing, they were stunned. However, they couldn't see anything and lowered their gazes again. "Ayaya, little star won't be recognized. Believe in big sister skills." Yuin waved her hand indifferently after hearing Yun Nuashing's words. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. They had already been tormented to this extent. What else could she do if she didn't believe in her? Yun Nuashing closed her eyes and began to rest, waiting for the auction to begin. After Yun Nuashing closed her eyes, a steady stream of people continued to pour in. Half an hour later, almost all the seats were taken. The 10 VIP seats were also filled with people. I'm very curious. What exactly is attracting these experts? His soul power quietly withdrew from the void. Other than the 9 divine temples and the 8 ancient families, he didn't know anything else. Among them, he heard the most about the news that the goddess of Taiyuan would come to this auction. He didn't know who the so-called heaven-defying senior of the Divine Mystery Pavilion was. To be able to calculate his journey and the Netherworld Ruin sword could shield him from the Divine Mystery Pavilion. This person was also incredible. He could even break the protection of the Divine Sword Records, number 1 Divine Sword. While Yun Nuashing closed his eyes, A clear chime of a bell suddenly rang out from the center of the auction hall. It swayed and reverberated in the palace, suppressing the clamor. The bell slowly stopped ringing. In the palace, for huge pillars shot out 3 rays of light, connecting each pillar and forming an energy barrier. It was like a 4-sided world that sealed the auction stage. This was a protective measure. Although it was impossible for the people who came to this auction to behave atrociously, it was just a precaution. It was to prevent people who didn't have eyes from rushing up to snatch the auction items, looking at the energy barrier that descended from the sky. Yin Nuashing slowly opened her eyes and exhaled. The show had begun. Chapter 35. As the energy barrier extended to the sky, the ground of the auction stage slowly cracked open, and a floating platform slowly rose from the ground, appearing in front of countless people's eyes. A man wearing a black robe embellished with faint silver light walked out with a warm smile on his face. As soon as this person appeared, a majestic aura slowly swept out from his body, causing the entire area to quiet down. The pavilion master of the constellation pavilion? Yun Nuashing asked in a low voice as she narrowed her eyes and looked at the man wearing a starry robe. Although the man looked quite young, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes and the aura of age that permeated his body showed that this person was not as young as he looked. Perhaps he was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Of course not. Yu Yin shook her head. Although this man was very strong, it did not mean that he was the pavilion master of the Constellation Pavilion. The headquarters of the Constellation Pavilion was in the Divine Prefecture, and it was only a branch in the Source Peak region. It was impossible for the pavilion master to make a special trip to this place for a small auction. If there was some shocking divine object to be auctioned, it should be hosted in the Divine Prefecture. That place was the center of the divine realm, and it was far more popular than the Source Peak region. It could attract countless people. Perhaps he is only the pavilion master of the Source Peak region branch. Yu Yin said, if the pavilion master of the Constellation Pavilion personally came to host the auction, the people who came would not just be some representatives, but the true master of the force. The Constellation Pavilion was a first-rate force in the divine realm, and many people would give them some face when hosting an auction. Haha, this old man is the pavilion master of the Constellation Pavilion's Source Peak region branch, Xingju. I believe that many people know me. Today, my Constellation Pavilion branch is hosting an auction, and this old man would like to thank everyone for coming. The gaze of the man who showed up paused at a certain spot, and his faint laughter echoed in the ears of everyone present. However, it was somewhat strange for a young man to refer to himself as an old man. It seemed that this young man should be an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, and his lifespan had reached a certain extent. Xingju's words caused some forces in the VIP seats to laugh. The Constellation Pavilion could be considered as a first-rate force in the divine world. They had a wide range of connections and had stood tall for many years. The pavilion master of the Constellation Pavilion was a prominent figure in the world of cultivation. He had roamed the continent for many years and had made many friends. Many of the people present had some kind of friendship with him, especially the 9 great elemental temples and the 8 great ancient families. Even if they didn't come to participate in the auction, they would still come to support. Ha! I can't be bothered to say any more nonsense. Next, please enjoy the visual feast that my Constellation Pavilion has brought. Xingju greeted some people before cupping his hands together in all directions and speaking with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the floor of the auction stage split open again, and a few small floating platforms appeared. Xingju also slowly disappeared from where he was standing. A white-haired old man appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Behind him, a group of beautiful maids and servants were shuttling back and forth on the stage, respectfully placing the golden plates in their hands on the auction stage. Yun Nuashing looked down from above and could see that each of the golden plates contained some objects that were flickering with resplendent light. It was impossible to see what was inside. Next up is the appetizer of our auction, a defensive formation scroll. The white-haired old man smiled and pointed at a golden plate in front of him. A brown scroll was floating on top of the golden plate. It's an earth-based defensive formation. It's at the immortal grade. Defensive formations have always been rare, especially those at the immortal grade. Although it requires elements, it can provide a strong defense in battle. It can also be used to break formations. I'm sure everyone knows how difficult it is to deal with a killing formation cast by a formation master, the white-haired old man said with a smile as he picked up the scroll and weighed it in his hand. As it's the first item, this scroll, which is originally worth 1 million, will be auctioned at 300,000 gold coins. The maximum bid will be 2 million. The first person to bid this price will have it. Everyone, you can't miss such an opportunity. The white-haired old man rubbed the scroll, and a bright light flashed across his old eyes. This was just a small trick, but the atmosphere in the auction hall was instantly heated up. 300,000 gold coins was not a sky-high price for most of the people present. Furthermore, formations were rare to begin with. Only a formation master could cast a formation as he wished, especially a defensive formation. The price would definitely be much higher than 300,000 gold coins. Therefore, when they heard the old man's words, the price rose and fell, and it instantly exploded in the huge palace. Hearing the surrounding bids, Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. It was too early for them to participate in an auction of this level with their level of cultivation. Speaking of formations, Yun Nuashing rubbed the pendant and the ring on his left hand. He remembered that there were countless scrolls in the pile of things that Mu Ingzi gave him, right? There did not seem to be any divine-level formations among them. If the outside world knew about the things collected here, they would definitely go crazy. Yun Nuashing shuddered. He suddenly felt that the ring on his hand was very hot. It seems like it's time to learn these things. The world is so big. It's not good if I don't have a few life-saving methods. He sighed and slowly cast his gaze back to the auction hall. However, he was thinking about how to deal with those things in his heart. Yun Nuashing's body lazily leaned against the soft chair. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not the climax yet. The real show was yet to come. These things were not very attractive to Yun Nuashing and the people in the VIP seats. After all, no one in the VIP seats had made a bid yet. On the other hand, Yu Yin's eyes were twinkling like stars. She looked like she was in a daze. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and gently tugged at the corner of her clothes. He transmitted his voice to her. Be more reserved. Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him. She imitated him and lay back on the chair. She knew that this fellow had many treasures on him. After all, he had once entered the ruins of a god. It was normal that these things were not attractive to him. The bidding continued for about 10 minutes, while the two of them watched as if they were watching a show. At that moment, the price of 300,000 had been capped at 2 million. The white-haired old man smiled as he watched the auction hall gradually settle down. 2 million had already exceeded the value of this formation. Under the temptation of a low price, he had reaped a small harvest. The golden hammer in his hand slammed lightly on the stage. Then the formation scroll was successfully auctioned off. With this good start, the atmosphere in the auction hall was gradually pushed to the climax. Taking advantage of this enthusiasm, the white-haired old man continued to bring out other auction items. With the high quality of the auction items and the old man's provocative flattery, they all sold for a good price. It seemed that the Constellation Pavilion would make a lot of money this time. However, it had to be said that it was not a coincidence that the auction held by the Constellation Pavilion this time attracted so many people. It could be seen from the quality of the auction items that were rarely seen in the outside world. If Yun Nuashing had not moved all of Mu Ingzi's belongings and was used to seeing shocking items, his performance would probably not be much calmer than Yu Yin's. Of course, apart from these reasons, this kind of rare item was the most precious he had ever seen. However, these were all seen from the eyes of the public. The items that were worthy of the attention of the people in the VIP seats had yet to appear. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction gradually rose. 2 hours had passed, and the quality of the items being auctioned became higher and higher. The atmosphere also became more and more lively. When the time reached 3 hours, some of the items that had appeared could already make the experts in the VIP seats bid for them. Yun Nuashing was a little tempted when he saw some of them. However, after considering for a while, he gave up and did not bid. Those items were not to the point where he had to buy them. A water elemental immortal grade celestial artifact. The starting price is 3 million. Everyone knows that the condensation and tempering of a celestial artifact is much harder than the forging of a weapon. Moreover, a celestial artifact is much more powerful than a weapon of the same level. This is the natal celestial artifact of an expert whose cultivation has reached the peak of the immortal grade. It has a strange effect on restraining the fire element. The old man lightly knocked on the golden plate. On the long golden plate, there was a blue magic staff that was 5 feet long. Rich water elements lingered around the golden plate, and there was even a layer of water on the golden plate. The blue pearl at the top of the staff seemed to have water flowing around it. 4 million. Almost as soon as the old man's voice fell, someone rushed to bid. This caused everyone present to be stunned for a moment. Then they instantly reacted and revealed an ominous glint in their eyes. 4,500,000. 6 million. The sudden increase of 1,500,000 caused the expressions of everyone present to change. From the looks of it, it was obvious that this person was determined to win. Moreover, it came from the VIP seats. This situation was a little difficult to predict. 10 million. However, this price was quickly pushed down by someone who also came from the VIP seats. Moreover, this person increased the price by 4 million in one go. This boldness caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. With these heavyweights in the VIP seats interfering, the atmosphere in the auction room reached a new level of excitement. The forces participating in this auction came from all over the world. Among them, there were some forces that didn't see eye to eye with each other. If they fought, they would certainly go all out, wishing they could go bankrupt to crush the other party. That ferocious aura made everyone inwardly speechless. They were worthy of being the famous major forces of the Source Peak region. They were so rich and overbearing, and they treated money like dirt. They were far from being comparable to ordinary people. And seeing those red-eyed people fighting over the item, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but be startled. Did they come here to quarrel or to buy something? She smiled and shook her head. Her body lazily leaned against the back of the chair, and the teacup in her hand gently swayed, causing ripples to appear in the tea. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to fall asleep, the white-haired old man on the auction stage auctioned off a weapon that was infinitely close to the divine rank. Then he took the golden plate from the hands of a maid beside him. With a wave of his hand, the golden radiance dissipated, and a fiery red box was taken out. The blazing temperature caused the air to become a little drier. Ha ha! Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Because it grows in an extremely harsh environment in the depths of magma. However, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. This medicinal ingredient has also undergone some strange mutations. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Yun Nuashing and Yuin, who were lazily lying on their chairs, became spirited. Their gazes were filled with interest as they looked towards the auction stage for the first time. Chapter 36. The old man gently opened the box, revealing the flowing magma inside. Above the magma, there was a bewitching flower that was half fiery red and half ice blue. Hee, everyone, this flower is a variant of the flame flower, the ice spirit flame flower. It combines the purest fire and water elements. If it is refined by someone who possesses the fire or water elements, the elements in their body will mutate. Perhaps they will be able to step into the realm of possessing both the fire and water elements. Yun Nuashing immediately perked up when he heard the old man's first sentence. Wasn't he waiting for the flame flower to appear after waiting for so long? However, when he finished listening to the entire story, the excitement that had just surged up in his heart instantly turned into a daze. Huh? Mutated? Half fire and half ice? Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the bewitching flower and was instantly stunned. After waiting for so long, he finally got what he wanted, but it was a mutated one? How could he accept this? I'm not sure about this either. The information that was sent out back then did mention the flame flower, but I didn't expect it to be a mutated one. Yu-Yin couldn't help but mutter when she saw Yun Nuashing looking at her in shock. She didn't expect this outcome either. It's okay. It doesn't mean that it can't be used even if it's mutated. Perhaps the effect will be even better. Yu-Yin patted his hand and comforted him. No, but this, Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't squeeze out a few words after a long time. His inexplicable emotions finally turned into a helpless sigh. Yun Nuashing looked helplessly at the VIP area. Those people were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It wasn't that the ice spirit flame flower itself was very attractive to them. What really attracted them was the ability to mutate the elements and create two elements. Generally speaking, an ordinary person could only have one element in their body. After all, there was some repulsion between the various elements. For example, metal restrained wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, and fire restrained metal. It was very difficult for an individual to achieve a complete fusion of all the elements. Moreover, people with multiple elements in their bodies were much stronger than people with only one element in terms of strength and cultivation speed. It was actually very simple to incorporate new elements into one's body. The difficult part was to combine the two elements and refine them to repel each other. However, the inner body was the weakest part of the human body. If an explosion occurred in such a weak place, one would be refined into ashes if one was not careful. Although it was difficult, there were still some people who succeeded in fusing one element and stepped into the realm of dual elements. Those who had such strength had all become giants in the world of cultivation. However, the simplest and most crude method was too dangerous. Not everyone was willing to risk their lives for it. Of course, other than this dangerous method, there was another way. For example, using natural oddities, needless to say, using this ice spirit flame flower to create a second element in one's body was much safer than directly storing it in one's body. Although it was only limited to water and fire elements, the success rate was not 100%. It was said that the success rate of this method was less than 5%. In other words, even if one refined this ice spirit flame flower, there was only a 5% chance of creating two elements in one's body. The starting price of this ice spirit flame flower is set at 30 million. Each time it increases. The white-haired elder heard the whispers around him and saw the heated gazes. He could not help but laugh. However, before the elder could finish speaking, the people from the fire god temple slammed the table and shouted, "The fire god temple bids 35 million. The Chi family bids 40 million. In the VIP seats, a black-clothed man from the 8 great ancient families also stood up. He looked at the fire god temple's side and said fiercely, when the people in the auction house heard the two of them raise the price by 10 million each, they were dumbfounded. Then they were secretly speechless. As expected of a major force, their boldness was unparalleled. The Star Palace bids 43 million. On the other side of the VIP seats, the leading lady in a black robe also gently opened her red lips and slowly spoke. While the major forces were bidding, Yu-Yin tugged at the corner of Yun Nuashing's clothes and asked softly, "Little Star, how much money do you have on you?" Only 200 million. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She did not expect them to be so crazy as to raise the price by millions without even blinking. However, this kind of heavenly treasure that could increase a new element in one's body was a priceless treasure to the major forces. Money was nothing to them. They could just earn more if they lost it. 60 million. The middle-aged man in the ice-blue robe from the water god temple slowly stood up. His blue eyebrows twitched as his calm voice reverberated in the area like thunder. After being fiercely suppressed, the black-clothed man from the Qi family staggered. He narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, 64 million. 75 million. The sudden shout drowned out the voice of the Qi family. Hearing this voice that was like the sound of nature, everyone curiously turned their gazes to the VIP seats. There, Yun Nuashing gently stood up. It's her. The white-clothed man from the light god temple suddenly stopped smiling and muttered softly, Yao Hua, do you know her? Almost instantly, the people from the light god temple turned their heads to him and asked hurriedly, I don't know her, but I recognized her. Yao Hua shook his head and told them what happened in the restaurant yesterday. Don't provoke her in the future. The middle-aged man from the water god temple frowned and said in a heavy voice, Big brother, she seems to have a problem with you. Lei Ming shrunk his neck and looked at Yun Nuashing before looking at Yao Hua. Everyone was surprised and looked over. As expected, they saw Yun Nuashing frowning and Mei Mao glaring at Yao Hua. She looked as if she wanted to skin him alive. Did I do something wrong? Yao Hua smiled embarrassedly and looked away unnaturally. Hearing this, the young heroes of the Nine-God Temple rolled their eyes at him. This woman should have something on her that can block detection. I haven't been able to see through it. The beautiful woman from the Wood God Temple looked away and shook her head. However, this child should have the wood element in her body. I can sense traces of rich vitality fluctuations. Phew! Hearing that it was the wood element, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only the wood element, it would be better. She had a magic tool that could block the detection of the light god temple elders. The wood element's initial attack power was very low and couldn't play much of a role. It was only useful in healing, but its defensive power was very strong. What's with your expressions? The beautiful woman saw them all breathe a sigh of relief and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Humph. Seeing that Yao Hua looked away, Yun Nuashing snorted and closed Mei Mao's eyes to wait for the next round of bidding. He knew that they wouldn't give up so quickly. Sure enough, not long after he thought about it, the middle-aged man from the water god temple stood up and said in a deep voice, 80 million. 90 million. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Seeing that she was determined to win, this time it was the people from the 9 god temples' turn to be surprised. Since she was the wood element, this ice spirit flame flower shouldn't have any effect on her, right? Child, this ice spirit flame flower has no effect on wood element cultivators. Why don't you give it up? You will be satisfied with the reward. The beautiful woman from the wood god temple thought for a moment and secretly transmitted her voice to Yun Nuashing. Her voice was gentle and didn't have a trace of tyranny. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. He didn't expect the beautiful woman to be able to sense the wood element on his body. He turned his eyes and transmitted his voice with some anticipation. Then, do you have a high-level disguise technique? In any case, he was aiming for the disguise technique. No matter how he obtained it, there wouldn't be a problem. If they had it, it would be for the best. It would save him the effort of refining it. The beautiful woman was stunned and quickly told the others. Everyone thought for a moment, but all of them shook their heads. Then, I'm sorry. I also need this ice spirit flame flower. Seeing that they all shook their heads, Yun Nuashing knew that it was hopeless. He transmitted his voice with a trace of apology. The beautiful woman sighed and shook her head helplessly. The people from the Chi family gritted their teeth and looked back at the 7 families who shook their heads. They sat down angrily. They were aiming for that thing. There's no need to stake everything on one throw and go bankrupt. Although the ice spirit flame flower was rare, it wasn't a must. If they couldn't control the dual elements well, it would affect their previous cultivation. In fact, it was just a gamble. The gains didn't make up for the losses. However, the price of this flower wasn't too expensive for them. It was just a matter of whether it was worth it or not. The red-haired young man from the fire god temple also looked at the other 8 people. They also shook their heads vigorously, indicating that it wasn't necessary. The red-haired young man nodded. He also knew that now wasn't the time to go all out. He looked deeply at Yun Nuashing and slowly sat down. Everyone was a little sluggish. What kind of monster was this young and beautiful girl who suddenly appeared? Even the 9 great elemental temples and the 8 ancient families gave up competing with her? 91 million. Just when everyone thought that the bidding was about to end, a voice slowly came from the VIP seats that had been silent. The old man didn't seem to want to give up so easily. Yun Nuashing frowned. He was determined to get the ice spirit flame flower. It was fine if he didn't have money. Being able to live freely was his nature. Now, because of a missing person notice, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace and felt uncomfortable all over. It made him feel like he had aged a few decades in an instant. 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing's calm voice slowly spread throughout the whole place. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't help but shut their mouths. 100 million wasn't a lot, but he didn't even blink his eyes. Wasn't this 2F asterisk king extravagant? It wasn't worth it at all. Yun Nuashing knew that it was meaningless to delay the bidding bit by bit. If she wanted to bid a price that others wouldn't dare to follow, she would use her momentum to suppress others. The old man frowned, seeing her desperately increasing the price as usual. He wanted to follow her fiercely, but he was pulled back by the people behind him. It wasn't worth it to compete with an unknown person. Moreover, this wasn't their goal. The old man also came to his senses. He glanced at Yun Nuashing with a sinister gaze. In the end, he swung his sleeves angrily and sat down. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The white-haired old man smiled as he looked at the whole place. 100 million. The ice spirit flame flower's value wasn't worth this price. It could be said that he was going to make a huge profit this time. Asking this question was just a routine. The white-haired old man's words echoed in the auction. After a while, no one said anything. From the few times that Yun Nuashing increased the price, he was determined to win. Moreover, even the big forces in the VIP seats had given up on bidding. Naturally, they wouldn't offend an unknown person. The quiet atmosphere in the auction house lasted for half a minute. The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly and gently slammed the golden hammer in his hand. This price was already considered not bad. Speaking of which, he was a little greedy. As the hammer slammed down, Yun Nuashing heaved a huge sigh of relief. He had obtained the second material, but, damn it, I used up half of my fortune in one go. Seeing the old man slam the hammer down, Yun Nuashing immediately cursed in his heart. Although he had all of Mu Ingzi's fortune on him, and any item he took out was more valuable than this ice spirit flame flower, he didn't plan to take it out yet. Chapter 37. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction house became increasingly heated. The items that appeared from time to time could already be considered to be of high quality, and any one of them could cause a sensation in the outside world. In the face of such a sky-high price bidding, ordinary people would just sit back and watch a good show. If they could see the major forces in the VIP seats fighting over an item, they would not have come in vain. Ever since Yun Nuashing bought the ice spirit flame flower, he had basically quieted down. During this period, although he saw many rare medicinal herbs, elixirs, and various array diagrams, he also had a lot of them in his inventory. Therefore, he was only moved for a while and did not stand up to bid. as wave after wave of dazzling auction items were placed on display. Even Yun Nuashing could not help but be surprised by the abundance of the Constellation Pavilion's inventory. During this auction, even he was a little moved by some of the auction items. However, after thinking for a while, he still did not stand up to bid. His biggest wish was to be able to buy a piece of facial skin or a high-level disguise technique at the auction. This would save him the effort of running around to find the snow crystal. As the number of times he appeared increased, he would be recognized sooner or later. Since he had already agreed with you, Ian, that he would not be an ascetic monk, there was no reason for him to live in the mountains and forests all day long. Since that was the case, he had to find a way to change his appearance. After all, he could not always appear as a girl named Yuexan. After all, he was still a man. Yun Nuashing had a good idea, but unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. There seemed to be very few disguise techniques. They had searched through several cities, but did not find anything. It seemed that there was nothing here either. Moreover, he had waited for so long and did not see the snow crystal appear. This made his plan to gather all the materials in one go to waste. However, it was understandable after thinking about it. The rarity of the snow crystal was not much lower than the ice spirit flame flower. It was also the crystallization of a mixture of elements. It was the dual elements of water and earth. Such a divine item naturally would not be piled up together like cabbages for him to choose from. Therefore, when the auction was nearing its end, Yun Nuashing still did not get what he wanted. He sighed softly. "Don't worry. There are 3 herbs and 1 snow crystal stone. You will find it sooner or later. Maybe before you find the snow crystal stone, an appearance-changing technique will come to you." Ian rubbed his head and heard his soft sigh. She knew what he was thinking and softly consoled him. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. She dispersed the anticipation in her heart and looked at the auction stage in boredom. At this moment, the auction was nearing its end, so the auction items that appeared at this time were all important items. For example, the item being auctioned now was a divine rank magic tool, but it could barely enter the mid-divine rank. Generally speaking, the value of a magic tool was slightly higher than a profound art secret manual. For example, this flag had already been flipped to a price of 1 billion by several large forces, and there was no sign of it stopping. However, once a divine rank magic tool was taken out for auction, it meant that the spirit contained within the magic tool had been removed or sealed. If this was not done, a divine rank magic tool with its own consciousness would not easily change owners. However, this would severely damage the magic tool's power, and even its spirituality would decrease. Therefore, this mid-divine rank magic tool could at most be considered to have the strength of a beginner divine rank magic tool. Although it could be repaired, it would definitely not return to its peak. After all, spirituality was the root. If the root was destroyed, how could it grow? Yun Nuashing had no interest in this mid-divine rank magic tool. He had 3 undamaged high divine rank magic tools. If he included the damaged Netherworld Ruin Sword, he had 4. Any one of them could cause the realm of the gods to collapse. Moreover, he had a lot of them in his pendant. However, the Netherworld Ruin Sword's spirit root is completely broken, and its consciousness has been destroyed. The spirit inside is probably no longer around. Although Senior Mu Ingzi repaired it and reconnected most of the broken spirit root, the actual repair is less than 1/10,000th. Yun Nuashing rubbed the pattern on the Netherworld Ruin Sword on his right forearm and couldn't help but sigh. It was already a miracle that it still had its own consciousness. Looks like besides finding out my origins, I have to find a way to repair the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Yun Nuashing remembered that day when the Netherworld Ruin Sword swept across dozens of mountain ranges and flipped them over. This was only the incomplete power. He didn't know how terrifying it would be when it was restored to its peak. Perhaps it could even slice the world apart with a single slash? Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing thought of the strange jade fragment that had fused with the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Since then, there had been no movement. It seemed that the two had merged into one. Moreover, the Netherworld Ruin sword's spirituality seemed to have increased significantly. Netherworld Ruin, what do those white jade fragments have to do with you? Yun Nuashing asked as he summoned the Netherworld Ruin sword and gently rubbed it with his fingers. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruin sword trembled, indicating that it did, but it wasn't very clear. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded, putting the Netherworld Ruin sword away. Looks like I have to go somewhere else. Yun Nuashing sighed softly in his heart and clenched his fists. Even if it was for the sake of his origins, he couldn't stay in the Taiyuan region forever. However, before he left the stage of the Taiyuan region, he had to take a good look around first. After making some plans in his heart, Yun Nuashing licked his lips. He hadn't expected that he would have to venture into the realm of the gods as soon as he stepped foot into the world of cultivation. 1. 2 billion. A loud shout came from the VIP seats, pulling Yun Nuashing back from his surging emotions. He raised his head and saw that the banner had been successfully purchased by someone for the astronomical price of 2 billion. Yun Nuashing's heart flashed with surprise at this huge sum. To be able to fork out such a huge sum of money, this person must be no ordinary person. He just didn't know which great force he belonged to. With that in mind, Yun Nuashing turned his gaze to the place where the bid had been made. A gray-haired young man was slowly sitting down. He was in the area where the 8 great ancient families were seated. I wonder which family you belong to. The gray-haired man seemed to have sensed something and turned his head abruptly. When he realized that the gaze was directed at Yun Nuashing, he put on a genial smile and nodded at the two of them before turning back. What sharp senses! Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue. He hadn't expected that his probing would be detected by someone else. Little star, why don't you think the celestial spirit tree leaf is up for auction? Could it be that it was too rushed and they didn't have time to prepare it, so they changed it to the next auction? Or is it because it's too precious and they intend to keep it for themselves? Yu-Een played with her fine black hair in boredom. Her lively eyes kept darting around the auction hall and she yawned loudly from time to time. It seemed like she was about to fall asleep. I don't think they're going to keep it for themselves. They don't know our identities and usually won't act rashly. Yun Nuashing shook her head and pointed at the 2 remaining golden plates on the auction stage. Maybe it's there. Aren't there 2 more that haven't been auctioned? Yu-Een stuck out her tongue and smiled slyly. How much do you think those people will fight over it? Yun Nuashing shook her head. After a while she said, It shouldn't be much worse than the ice spirit flame flower. Although it's only a leaf, it's already many times better than many other spiritual herbs in the world. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the 9 VIP seats. She wondered what they thought. The next item to be auctioned was added at the last minute on someone's request. Because it's a little precious, it was put at the end. On the auction stage, the white-haired old man wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a few deep breaths. Then he bowed to the crowd. The floor of the auction stage suddenly cracked open. The floating platform carrying the old man slowly descended until it disappeared. Then another platform slowly rose up. Xing Ju appeared in front of the crowd with a warm face. It's finally starting. Seeing this, Yu-Een seemed to have understood something. She immediately jumped up from her chair. Mei Mao stared at the auction stage below without blinking. As for the crowd, they looked at Xing Ju strangely. They didn't understand why he was doing this. Xing Ju bowed to the crowd. Then he took out a pair of black gloves that shone with starlight. He put them on gently and waved his hand. As he waved his hand, a golden plate that shone with golden light flew in front of him. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a dark golden box that was slightly bigger than a palm. Perhaps all of you already know what the main item of the auction held by my Constellation Pavilion is. I also know that many of you are here for this item. However, before that, let us first see another rare treasure Xingju twisted his wrist and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Then he nervously lifted the lid of the box. A bright green light instantly lit up the entire palace. Endless life energy soared into the sky like hundreds of wild dragons dancing in the sky. The rich life energy even formed a thin layer of fog. Many strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world, illuminating the world with light. Ordinary people didn't think much of it. They stared at the auction item that was emitting boundless life energy. They wanted to see what it was. Of course, even if ordinary people didn't recognize it, it didn't mean that the people in the VIP seats didn't react. The moment the lid was lifted and the green light soared into the sky, everyone in the VIP seats except for Yun Nuoshing stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the green light. Their mouths were wide open, and they didn't say anything for a long time. I believe everyone knows about the ghost chi forest that caused a great uproar a while ago. I believe everyone knows what appeared in it. Standing in that ball of green light, Xingju glanced at it with a shocked look, then said with a calm voice. Everyone was stunned. Ghost chi forest? Wasn't there a soul-devouring tree? However, it had already been destroyed by the glories will tree. Thinking of this, many people reacted. Then, almost everyone stood up with a bang, staring with their dead fish eyes. They all felt their mouths go dry. Could it be? The energy barrier in the auction house had unknowingly become much thicker. Runes flowed on the surface, and it looked indestructible. The Constellation Pavilion has strengthened its defenses. Seeing that the barrier was gradually solidifying, and the auras of many experts had secretly appeared, even the power of the stars in the starry sky became restless. It seemed like it wanted to get rid of the people with evil intentions in an instant. Yui nodded and said softly, "There's no other way. After all, the auction item is too precious. If the item is stolen in public, losing face is a small matter. However, they don't have a good reason to explain it to the person who entrusted the item to them. Everyone is right. This is the second last auction item in the Constellation Pavilion. It's one of the highlights of the auction, and it's also the reason why many people came to the Sourcepeak region. It's..." Xingju looked at the green light in the golden box. A hint of desire flashed in the depths of his eyes. He raised his head slightly and said word by word, "The leaf of the glories will tree." Chapter 38. Boom! Xingju's low and deep words were just like a 5,000-kilogram bomb that directly stirred a great commotion within the auction ground. Countless exclamations sounded, after which many heated eyes that contained a greedy glow shot over. However, this did not include those large factions in the VIP seats who possessed quite a great amount of strength. Of course, this did not mean that they were not interested in this heavenly spirit leaf. However, when such a huge event suddenly spread to their ears, their first reaction was not only excitement, but also, of course, shock. The people in the 9 VIP seats were extremely astonished. They did not know what to do as they looked at the palm-sized leaf that contained endless vitality. For a moment, they were all stunned. They looked at each other for who knows how many times, shaking their heads like a rattle drum and nodding like chickens pecking at rice. They had indeed brought many things, but they were all used to bid for the final item in the auction. However, this heavenly spirit leaf that had suddenly appeared was like a heavy hammer that violently knocked them out. Even those shrewd old fellows were stunned. They were hesitant and did not know what to do. Why did they suddenly do such a thing? The heavenly spirit tree was in the top 3 of the heavenly treasure ranking. This name was enough to prove its strength. There was no need for any reason. Every strand, every inch, every piece of it was truly a priceless treasure. If it was casually thrown into the outside world, it would be enough to cause a bloody battle. If it was not for the powerful deterrence of the Constellation Pavilion, it was likely that this palace would have been flooded with blood. There was no other reason other than this small leaf was too tempting. Damn it, who exactly is it? Why would they do such a thing at such an important time? I'm really a dog. Why are they doing such a thing in an auction for no reason? It's me, the one selling the leaf. Come out. I know you're in this auction house. If you crawl over, I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Mother asterisk her, you bastard. Do you still want to let me live? I didn't bring so many things. I can only look, but not buy. Can't the auction be properly conducted? TSK, how dare you bark when you don't have the strength? You should leave as soon as possible. Damn it, what did I do to provoke you? Damn it, you dare to say that you brought enough things to bid. Damn it, so what if I brought enough? 2 billion. F asterisk CK. What are you looking at? 3 billion. What's wrong with looking at you? 3.5 billion. Damn it, you want to fight with me? For billion. I'm rich and don't care about money at all. If you have the ability, send over your coffin capital. I'll take them all. 5 billion. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll dig up your ancestral grave. 5 billion. I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by the trap. 6 billion. F asterisk CK. So what if you have money? 1 million kilograms of superior grade Xian crystals. Bitch, don't think you're the only one with Xian crystals. 2,300,000 gene. 150 kilograms of fine grade glazed crystals. What the F asterisk CK, you bitch. 1,200,000 caddies of fine Xian crystals. I sue you. 1 million kilograms of top-grade Xian crystals. You rotten old man. 200,000 caddies of immortal grade Xian crystals. You old bastard. 25,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals. Bastard. Xian crystals were no big deal. 550,000 caddies of high-grade glazed crystal essence. F asterisk CK. You're so pretentious. Everyone calm down. Please calm down and listen to me. If you can fight, try not to quarrel. The auction site quieted down instantly. Everyone looked at each other for a while. A moment later, damn it, those who want to fight, come out and fight one-on-one. 550,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. I'm not afraid of you. Brothers, kill him. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Damn it, you think you're the only one who has people. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Beat him to death. 200,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. F asterisk CK off. 250,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Little bastard, stop! Yes, it was you who beat me last time. Give me your life. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Boundless deity. That bald guy, come here. 350,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Amit Ba. Almsgiver, calm down. I'll offer 360,000 caddies of high-grade, glazed crystal essence. Are these people crazy? Yun Nuashing and her companion retreated to the side with the entire floating platform. Looking at the chaotic scene, they couldn't help but twitch their faces. Like wolves and tigers couldn't describe their fierceness. Fierce tigers coming down the mountain couldn't describe their bravery. Everyone at the scene had evolved into a group of lunatics, like a group of demons dancing wildly, and the reappearance of the god of death. The people from the Constellation Pavilion, who were responsible for maintaining order, were rushed to the side by the crazy people. The huge palace suddenly became a martial arts arena for revenge and redress of grievances. All kinds of energy fluctuations broke through the sky, and colorful balls of light flew in all directions. The temperature of the auction house was sometimes cold and sometimes hot, and the fierce wind blew everyone around. However, when these people were fighting crazily, they did not forget to bid with all their might. The momentum was definitely not much weaker than the fighting scene at the auction house. The people from the Constellation Pavilion had already retreated to the energy barrier. The ordinary people had also retreated to the side. They were dumbfounded as they watched the auction turn into a martial arts competition. Xingju was also a little dumbfounded. Many people at the scene were not weaker than him. Some were even stronger than him. If he rashly went up to stop them, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died. At that moment, he and a group of elders stared at each other. No one knew what to do. The people from the 9 great temples and the 8 great ancient families also retreated to the side like Yun Nuoxing and her companion. They looked at the chaotic scene below with pale faces. In a place where tens of thousands of people gathered, the most powerful people were usually not some first-rate forces, but some individual cultivators. They could even do it without any worries or scruples. After taking the items, they could escape into the depths of the mountains and forests. Who could do anything about it? However, although it was a big mess, no one rushed to the energy barrier. After all, if they snatched the items in public, they would be hunted down by the entire Constellation Pavilion. Of course, at this critical moment, they were still bidding for revenge. They were fighting and shouting prices. Hearing this, those who were not involved in the battle were speechless. Why were they still bidding when they were fighting? The huge palace was not damaged in the slightest under such an impact. It was a little unbelievable. A high-grade fire element divine artifact. Boom! A god-level array scroll. Bang! A god-level talisman scroll. Clang! A god-level mystic art scroll. Roar! A god-level secret art scroll. Ah! The fighting and bidding continued. The preciousness of the items being shouted out made the people who heard it feel inconceivable. They didn't expect that other than the colossi and the VIP seats, there were so many people with rich collections. It seemed that many people had brought out their true treasures for this once-in-a-century auction. That's enough! This was the voice of the people at the VIP seats. Couldn't they just bid properly? It's far more intense than I imagined. I didn't expect that a piece of leaf could overturn an auction. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. She smiled and shook her head. I wonder if selling a tree branch would overturn an entire city. Yu Yin pursed her lips and smiled. At most, it would overturn the sky. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. However, she really didn't expect that there would be such an outcome. Fortunately, she didn't choose to sell the half-meter tree branch. Otherwise, this place would have been overturned. Little girl. Just as Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing were watching the show, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side, causing her to be stunned. Yun Nuoxing turned her head. The floating platform of the 9 great sacred halls had appeared in front of them at some point in time. The 17 people were staring at the 2 of them without blinking. The person who spoke was still the beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Palace. Yun Nuoxing stood up gently. Her pitch-black eyes, with a hint of golden light, looked at the beautiful woman. After a moment, she opened her red lips and said in a calm voice, "What's the matter?" As she spoke, Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the 9 great sacred halls, elites behind her. In the end, she fixed her gaze on the white-clothed man. Her eyes immediately narrowed, and a faint, killing intent condensed in them. Seeing her hostile look, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Could it be that she really did something wrong? The beautiful woman's goal was still that ice spirit flame flower. Yun Nuoxing also expressed that he only needed something that could be used to disguise himself. He wasn't interested in anything else because he had many good things on him. There was no need for him to sacrifice himself for others. In the end, under the strange gazes of the 17 people, Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing retreated to the side on the floating platform. Their indifferent look made them feel helpless. Wherever the people from the Temple of Elements went, they were respected as superior existences. When had they ever been looked down upon by someone like this? Let's go. This girl is also a stubborn person. If you want that flower, I'll find it for you in the future." The silver-robed, robust man from the lightning, divine hall shrugged and said. The beautiful woman sighed. Her green eyes looked deeply at the two people in the distance for a while. Then she nodded and dispelled the idea of changing places. "Hee, big brother, now can we?" Lei Ming licked his lips and asked with a grin, "Go to hell, don't talk nonsense. Don't provoke people if you have nothing to do." Without waiting for Yun Nuashing to reply, the robust man turned around and patted Lei Ming's head, reprimanding him. Lei Ming hugged his head and kept mumbling. Seeing this, the other 6 elders didn't have any temper. It seems that they are still thinking about it. Only when they were far away did Yu Yin turn her gaze back to Yun Nuashing and said, "It doesn't matter. If they don't cause trouble, we won't bother with them." Yun Nuashing stretched her waist and sat back on the chair. Then she lazily turned a few times. The chaos in the auction house continued until sunset. Only then did the Constellation Pavilion join forces with the other major powers to suppress the rioting crowd. Then all of them were kicked out. However, after they were kicked out, the people who still had grievances with each other started to fight again. A monstrous pressure descended on the entire city. Fortunately, it didn't spread to the underground. The people of the Constellation Pavilion also hurriedly rearranged the empty seats in the palace. After nearly an hour, the door was finally opened. The crowd once again surged in. Of course, some people fought their way in and were kicked out in the end. Then, when they came in again, they had already temporarily put everything aside. They fiercely glared at each other and sat down one after another. Haha, there was only a small episode in the afternoon. Everyone, please forgive us. Since it's night now, let's continue the auction. Xing Ju smiled as if he was trying to curry favor with them. However, he also knew that the news of the auction house almost being overturned had definitely spread. This would affect the reputation of the Constellation Pavilion. Now he could only secretly rejoice that the auction item wasn't snatched away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to the seller. Even if he sold himself, he might not be worth this price. Small? Haha. Everyone sneered in their hearts. This was the most impressive small episode they had ever seen in their lives. It was so small that it almost overturned the auction house. This was the most impressive auction in history. It could be written in the history books of the auction house. However, even though they thought so in their hearts, they still laughed along on the surface. They had already overturned the auction house. If they dared to do anything else, even the saints would probably explode in anger. If they angered the Constellation Pavilion, then it would be fun. After an entire afternoon of communication, everyone had gotten to the bottom of the matter. No one engaged in a meaningless competition. They just sat at the side and watched the big shots roar. Therefore, the auction of the Celestial Spirit Leaf ended in less than 5 minutes. The final winner, as expected, was the person in the VIP seats. He belonged to the Sacred Weapon Shrine. As for the people of this temple, they had devoted their lives to the research of the strength of weapons. They specialized in collecting those strange weapons and researching and modifying them. Generally speaking, it was actually quite annoying because no matter who it was or what force it was, they would try their best to take away the weapons they had set their eyes on. They had unique methods to deal with weapons, and without a special method, it was basically impossible to resist. After this person announced that the Holy Flame Stone weighed 500 kilograms, the entire crowd fell silent. The Holy Flame Stone, as its name suggested, was of the fire attribute. It was extremely intense. Only in places with strong yang energy could such a stone be born. Although it could be absorbed by people to speed up their cultivation, it wasn't the best use. Its greatest value was to be used for forging. Weapons and armors that had been forged and strengthened by the Holy Flame Stone could be attached with rich fire elements, thus increasing their attack power and defense power. However, the only limitation was that the Holy Flame Stone could only be used to forge or strengthen 8th grade equipment. It couldn't be used for other grades. seeing the people from the sacred weapons shrine happily winning the auction. A sense of disgust appeared in everyone's hearts. They didn't know what kind of disgusting weapon they were going to fiddle with. I seem to have forgotten to limit it to gold coins. Hearing the final bid, Yun Nuashing widened his eyes in shock. Then he laughed bitterly. After all this time, he had brought back a 500-kilogram stone. He had forgotten that most people liked to barter. Chapter 39. Clap, clap. After completing the bidding for the heavenly spirit leaf, Xing Ju clapped his hands. The clear clapping suppressed the noise in the entire place, after which he waved his hand and the surrounding auction stage split open. 5 platforms rose, and 5 black-clothed old men with cold expressions slowly appeared. One of the old men was holding a small box that was covered by a black cloth. These few old men surrounded Xing Ju in the middle and faced him. A faint, sharp energy lingered around their bodies. Their eagle-like sharp eyes slowly swept across their surroundings. Seeing how careful they were, as though they were facing a great enemy, the auction ground became quiet. A strange atmosphere enveloped the entire palace, causing everyone to feel a little pressured. Everyone, I believe you all know what the most important item of our Starry Pavilions auction this time around is. This old man also knows very well that many of the people present have come for that item. After adjusting his black gloves, the smile on Xingju's face slowly faded as he said in a deep voice, "However, I hope that what happened earlier won't happen again. Otherwise, don't blame the Constellation Pavilion for not showing mercy." Everyone laughed dryly. The place was dead silent. While Xing Ju was speaking, the old man, who was carrying the small box covered by a black cloth, cautiously placed it on the auction stage, after which he slowly withdrew and returned to his original position. Both of his arms were spread open as he joined the other 2 old men in the air. A mysterious formation also appeared on the ground. A transparent barrier that was flickering with starlight slowly appeared between the 5 old men. It looked mysterious and indestructible. It could be said that the protection this time had reached the level of an iron wall. There was a layer of protection from the palace and a layer of protection from the people. If there was really an ignorant person who wanted to snatch it, he would have to break through 2 layers of high-level protection in front of everyone and defeat the 5 god emperors. After which, he would have to personally face Xing Ju, who was at the divine underworld grade. It was not that there was no one with such strength in the auction. However, if he really did that, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. With so many people, he would not even know how he died if he was hit by a single punch. Moreover, Xing Ju and the rest were not wooden dummies. Would they just watch someone break the formation and take the item? Impossible. However, it was no wonder that the Constellation Pavilion's defenses were so tight. It was just that the value of this item definitely exceeded that of the Celestial Spirit Tree Leaf. Otherwise, it would not have been placed at the very end. Furthermore, with such a valuable item, if one was not careful, one might even be stolen. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If it weren't for the fact that the Constellation Pavilion had some deterrence in the realm of the gods and possessed such a miraculous item, it was likely that someone would have destroyed the pavilion to take the item. In this world, there were still people who did some shady things. Xing Ju lifted his head to look at the heated gazes from the VIP seats. His eyes paused on a few spots. The energy in his body surged as he quickly tore the black cloth off. The black cloth fell off in front of everyone's eyes, revealing a black box made of unknown materials. Under the illumination of the light, the black box was dim, but a faint cold air leaked out. Buzz! The netherworld ruin sword in Yun Nuashing's forearm suddenly trembled. Waves of divine consciousness were transmitted to Yun Nuashing's mind. The sudden change startled Yun Nuashing. She gently touched the small sword pattern with her left hand and asked, "Netherworld ruin, what's wrong?" However, the netherworld ruin sword did not respond. It went silent again. Everyone took a deep breath. Their eyes widened as they stared at the black box without blinking. They even held their breaths. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finale of the Constellation Pavilion's auction. It's also the goal of many people. This is... Xing Ju flipped the lid over. Dazzling light suddenly shot out, making everyone close their eyes out of habit. The soul of a divine weapon. Xing Ju covered his eyes with his hand. A beam of black light shot out from his palm and covered the dazzling light. He shouted with a loud voice. Xing Ju's loud voice was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the auction hall. It caused an explosive sensation. Countless exclamations sounded. Then, many greedy eyes focused on the black box. Inside the black box, there was a spherical crystal the size of a human head, pure white and flawless like suet fat jade. It floated above the box without any support. Moreover, it seemed to have intelligence as it floated around the box. A dazzling light permeated its surface, and countless runes were densely arranged on its surface. The soul of a divine weapon, as the name suggested, was the soul of a weapon. However, not all weapons would have such a large soul of a divine weapon. Only some extremely powerful and high-grade weapons would have such a large soul of a divine weapon. The soul of a weapon came from the weapon. Only when the weapon was destroyed could it be released. However, generally speaking, when the weapon died, the soul of the weapon would also be destroyed. It was impossible to take the soul of a weapon out unscathed, unless there was a forbidden technique that could take away the soul of a weapon the moment it was destroyed, or if an extremely powerful weapon died, the soul of a weapon would not be destroyed. Moreover, such a large soul obviously belonged to the latter. A soul of a weapon that was not destroyed was equivalent to a pure soul without an owner. When it was injected into a weapon, it could give birth to a soul that belonged to the weapon in the shortest time possible. In an instant, the weapon would be strengthened to the same level as the soul of the weapon. In the current era, it was basically impossible for a blacksmith to give a complete soul to a weapon. One reason was that it was extremely difficult, and the other reason was that there was no way. Therefore, although the weapons of the current era had given birth to another existence called deities, and although they had consciousness compared to weapons with souls, they were much weaker. This was because a weapon with a soul of a weapon was, in a sense, a living being. It was not a weapon. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruins sword shot out from Yun Nuoxing's arm with a whoosh. It was surrounded by a dense purplish-black light, but there was no energy fluctuation. Pum! Almost at the same time, Yun Nuoxing also stood up with a bang. The chair was knocked over, and the four-colored evil spirit stared at the crystal that was the size of a head. Her heart was in turmoil. Inside the crystal, there was an incomplete array. There was only the eye of the array, and the lines that extended out were cut off halfway. However, there was only a small array left. It was extremely complicated, and its level of mystery was definitely not lower than a high-grade deity array. It was so complicated that it was dazzling. This is... Yun Nuoxing extended his hand to grab the dark ruined sword and placed it behind his back to prevent others from recognizing it. At the same time, the evil spirit quickly carved out the complex, blood-vomiting, incomplete formation. However, it only carved out the edges first, as the central part would take at least a few months to carve out. Then it connected it to the other two incomplete formations in his mind. They were carved out from two inexplicable pieces of jade, one from the Yu family, the other from the primordial ruins. Then the two corners of the array perfectly connected with the incomplete array that she had just obtained, one on the left and one on the right, weapon spirit, weapon spirit, weapon spirit. Senior Mu Ingzi seemed to have said that the weapon spirit of the Netherworld Ruins sword had dissipated. Right? Could it be? Seeing that the three incomplete arrays matched, Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. She thought of the Netherworld Ruins sword's reaction just now, and then transmitted a message to the Netherworld Ruins sword behind her, Netherworld, that weapon spirit, it can't be your weapon spirit, right? Buzz! The Netherworld Ruins sword trembled, and seemed a little confused. It didn't even know why it was so excited. Yin also stood up, and her jade fingers gently stroked the Netherworld Ruins sword as she asked Yun Nuashing, "What did the Netherworld Ruins sword say?" Yun Nuashing had also told her about the Netherworld Ruins sword, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Who would have thought that the weapon ranked first in the divine sword record would be right in front of her? However, she didn't make a fuss. She also knew that this news would cause him a lot of trouble. Although it was a damaged divine weapon, it didn't say that it couldn't be repaired. If one day the Nethervoid sword was repaired in perfect condition, the entire world would be shocked. Yun Nuashing shook her head and transmitted a message. Even the Netherworld Ruins sword itself doesn't know. Just now, it was probably an instinctive reaction. Buzz! At this moment, the Netherworld Ruins sword hummed softly again. In its voice, there was a desire for the weapon spirit, and it seemed very human. You want it? Yun Nuashing tilted her head, looked down, and then tilted her head to the other side. Looking at the people in the VIP seats, she couldn't help but whistle. Shoo, ask a tiger for its skin, steal a tiger's food. Buzz! Hearing Yun Nuashing's murmur, the Netherworld Ruins sword immediately trembled. I know. I can only say that I will try my best. After all, those guys are not easy to deal with. Yun Nuashing nodded and pulled Yin to sit down again. She put the Netherworld Ruins sword on her knees and looked at it quietly. According to our appraisal, this weapon spirit was taken from a powerful weapon on the divine weapon record. It flew out after the weapon broke. It is very well preserved, and even the original karma has been preserved. Xing Ju looked at the people in the VIP seats with a smile, and his eyes flashed with a cunning light. Well preserved. Yun Nuashing almost burst out laughing. He was doing this on purpose, wasn't he? The array inside was badly damaged. Except for the core array, which was very well preserved, the rest was basically gone. Who knew how many pieces were missing? Bang! Sensing that the auction hall had become chaotic again, the black-clothed old men and Xing Ju suddenly released a majestic aura. 6 pairs of eyes flashed slowly in the auction hall. As their eyes swept across the hall, the chaotic hall was instantly frozen like boiling water, and it quickly quieted down. Some people curled their lips unhappily, but they didn't say anything. It was better to be quiet in someone else's territory. There were gods here, and it would be fun to provoke them. Everyone, please abide by the rules. Just now, you have already broken the rules once. This time, I'll have to trouble you to restrain yourselves. If you're interested, speak. Don't fight. Otherwise. Although Xing Ju's eyes were narrowed into slits, he still spoke with a gentle voice. Then he looked deeply at a few places and waved his hand. Now, the auction for the weapon spirit begins. Chapter 40. As Xing Ju's words fell, the huge auction ground fell into a strange silence. Countless pairs of eyes looked directly at the VIP seats. Everyone knew that given the preciousness of the divine weapon soul, it was naturally impossible for an ordinary person to obtain it. Among those present, the only ones who had the strength and qualifications to participate in the bidding were some of the large factions and first-rate factions in the VIP seats. However, while everyone was looking at the VIP seats, the people in the VIP seats were also looking down. There were also some powerful independent cultivators who could compete with them. They definitely could not be underestimated. Wait! Just as someone was about to speak, Xing Ju suddenly shouted. This caused everyone to look at him in confusion. Xing Ju wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could not endure being stared at by so many pairs of eyes that were filled with pressure. Hence, he hurriedly said, everyone knows the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Therefore, if there are any friends who are interested in this auction, please enter the auction stage alone and show me the items that you have taken out to exchange. After which, we will choose the person who has taken out the most valuable item to complete the transaction. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, after which They nodded their heads. They also understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Anyone who could take out an item that was comparable to the divine weapon soul would definitely be extremely precious. This was something that everyone could figure out. Yun Nuashing was also stunned by this rule for a moment. After she recovered, she nodded her head slightly. This way, it would indeed save a lot of trouble. After all, if the items that she took out were too precious and were targeted by others, it might bring about a disaster. This was because any one of the items that he took out could shake everyone's rationality. Although not every item could be compared to the divine weapon soul, it was still extremely shocking. After all, the items that were left behind by the gods over a dozen eras could be considered peerless after so many years. Everyone had the same thoughts as Yun Nuashing. Hence, after Xing Ju's words fell, many people's expressions became much more relaxed, and they nodded their heads slightly. Xing Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed the atmosphere gradually relaxing. He nodded at the 5 black-clothed elders. The black-clothed old man also understood. With a move of his hand, the transparent energy barrier flickering with starlight suddenly darkened. A moment later, it transformed into a deep, pitch-black color. Specks of white light dotted the sky like stars. At this moment, the situation inside could no longer be seen. As the auction stage was covered by the starry sky, Xing Ju's warm laughter rang out. "Everyone, can you relax now?" According to the rules, only one person was allowed to enter. Of course, in front of so many people, there shouldn't be anyone who's worried that the Constellation Pavilion is up to no good, right? Since there are no more questions, let's begin. Of course, if you're still worried, you can stand outside the barrier and transmit your voice telepathically. However, the prerequisite is that the information you provide is true. Everyone laughed faintly when they heard Xing Ju's words. How could the Constellation Pavilion dare to play any tricks in such an occasion? Did they not want to survive? Among the forces present, not to mention the 9 Elemental Palace and the 8 ancient families, just the Star Palace and the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall's foundation was not any weaker than theirs. Even if the Constellation Pavilion provoked them, they would suffer great losses in a fight between the two forces. It was already fortunate that they were not destroyed. Moreover, this was only a branch of the Constellation Pavilion. Its strength was far from being as strong as the headquarters. Not long after Xing Ju's words fell, the person from the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall in the VIP seats took the lead to stand up. His face was filled with fanaticism. His figure flashed, and he plunged into the barrier. "Little Star, do you have anything that you can put together?" Watching the person from the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall disappear into the barrier, Yuan turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing, whose pretty face was filled with a grave expression, and could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Although he had many things on him, he had not seen all of them. Therefore, he did not know what was inside. However, he was very confident in Muingzi's wealth. He just did not know if he could snatch the divine weapon soul from the hands of these well-prepared experts. "Let me see." Yun Nuashing sighed and closed his eyes. His mind entered the purplish-red pendant and the green ring. Yuan saw that he had closed his eyes and did not want to disturb him. She sat quietly by the side. Mei Mel looked at the pitch-black spatial barrier. Under the countless gazes of the auction house, the person from the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall walked out after about 3 minutes. His face was raised to such an extent that his eyes were almost squeezed out. It seemed like he was very confident in the item that he had taken out. Seeing that someone had successfully come out, some of the people in the VIP seats who had some doubts in their hearts let go of the last trace of worry in their hearts. Shortly after, the gray-haired man from the 8 ancient families stood up and quickly flashed into the barrier. With a start, naturally many people followed suit. One after another, people rushed into the barrier. However, there were also people who stood outside the barrier and were enveloped by a layer of black light. They only returned to their seats after a long time. Moreover, Most of the people who had tested the barrier did not look good. Clearly, they had not been recognized by the Constellation Pavilion. Of course, there were also some who walked out with smiles on their faces. There were even a few who laughed out loud. It seemed like they were very confident in the item that they had taken out. Yun Nuashing sat quietly on the chair and was still searching. He wanted to find one or two divine items that could be comparable to the divine weapon soul. Heavenly Spirit Branch, complete high-level divine level array diagram, immortal grade mysterious crystal, divine grade weapon, inexplicable elixir, rare and strange medicinal herbs, messy accessories, weird talismans. I'm going to faint. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes with cold sweat. He looked at Yu-Yin, who was looking at him, and sighed with a little disappointment. Yu-Yin also thought of this and patted his head. Just as she was about to say something to comfort him, she saw him suddenly frown and was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Are there many elemental conversion arrays in the world today?" Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, Yu-Yin knitted her brows and thought for a long time. Then she said softly, "There shouldn't be many. Elemental conversion arrays mostly only existed in the ancient times. There might be some forces that have been passed down from that time, but most of them were lost in the inheritance. So there shouldn't be many." Yun Nuashing nodded. He didn't make up his mind and continued to immerse his mind in the treasure hunt. Seeing him continue to close his eyes, Yu-Yin sighed and didn't say anything. While waiting like this, the muscular man from the Lightning Divine Hall in the Nine Elements Shrine also stood up. His figure trembled and disappeared from where he was like a ghost. Lightning Element, known as the fastest speed under the light element. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This speed could only be surpassed when he used the light element with all his might. Just as this thought flashed through Yun Nuashing's mind, the space where the muscular man had just disappeared slightly trembled. His figure actually appeared once again. Furthermore, there was a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he was quite confident in the item he had taken out. The muscular man didn't care about the gazes directed at him from all directions. He sat down on a chair and stretched his body. The people in the other VIP seats all frowned slightly. After the muscular man, the people from the Star Palace in another VIP seat also slowly stood up. They calmly entered the barrier and walked out a few minutes later. There wasn't the slightest movement on their faces, so no one could tell what the result was. When Yun Nuashing opened his eyes once again, other than them, the rest of the 10 VIP seats had also sent people in. At this moment, they were looking at Yun Nuashing with curious expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. I can only brace myself and go up. Yun Nuashing sighed and slowly stood up. As the target of many people's attention, Yun Nuashing's actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people in an instant. They were all very curious as to what this beautiful girl, who had made the 10 major forces of the divine realm give up on competing with her, would take out to snatch the divine weapon soul. Yun Nuashing didn't care about those gazes. Her figure moved and gently streaked across the space. She stood outside the barrier for a while before stepping in. The space changed and starlight hung down in the surroundings. It was hazy and dreamy, as if they were really in an interstellar space. The surroundings were faintly illuminated. With a single step, she saw the smiling Xingju and the white-haired old man. "Haha, goddess of Taiyuan, this old man has been waiting for your turn. Now that we've met at such a close distance, you really do live up to your reputation." Xingju looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. "You recognized me?" Yun Nuashing's pupils shrank slightly. However, she didn't have much of a reaction in her heart. Since she had been recognized, she should think about what to do first. "Haha, the heaven-defying senior of the Pavilion of Divination said that you would come, so you will definitely come. Moreover, you are the only girl among so many people." Xingju smiled faintly and said, Goddess, what do you plan to exchange for the divine weapon soul? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the white, jade-like, divine weapon soul. She seemed to feel that the netherworld ruins, sword in her arm, was somewhat excited. She turned her head and looked at Xingju. Under Xingju's blazing gaze, Yun Nuashing thought for a while. Then, a scroll shot out from her pendant. There were many patterns on the surface of the scroll. 5 areas of different colors were flowing with a faint golden light. Element conversion array. It can convert the basic 5 elements into the light element. With a gentle wave of her hand, the 5-colored scroll flew toward Xingju. Yun Nuashing sighed. Initially, he saw the fire element being converted into the light element in Fire Cloud Palace. Later on, he discovered 4 other types in Mu Ingzi's collection. They were also converted into the light element. However, they were useless to him. Out of boredom, he used the evil spirit eye to mix the 5 arrays together. Perhaps it was due to the evil spirit eye's unique analysis and combination effect. The process of mixing the arrays didn't have too many problems. The advancement that he had slept for 5 months was successfully completed. Light element. Upon hearing this element, Xingju and the white-haired old man's eyes instantly widened. Their eyes were filled with joy and a faint struggle. Chapter 41. The light element was the most mysterious and rare element. Nobody was unfamiliar with it. It was irresistibly attractive to Xingju and the others. It was common knowledge that when a god reached the level of deity emperor, they would be able to control their natal element to the point of perfection. At that time, they could try to incorporate a new element into their body. Furthermore, the first time they tried to incorporate a heart element into their body was the least dangerous. Therefore, when a god reached the level of a godly emperor, he or she would try their best to find something related to the second element they needed, so that they could incorporate the new element into their body without any danger. The light element was the first choice of many people because it had the fastest speed. It was said that it could break all spells with speed. Of course, the attack power of the light element was not to be underestimated, especially in areas with light. As long as there was a huge gap between the 2 realms, the light element would be invincible. Of course, it was easy to think about it, but difficult to put it into practice. Even the people of the Light Temple didn't know how to regenerate the light element for others. After all, the light element in their bodies had their own aura, so they couldn't refine it. However, with this element conversion matrix, they could condense the endless light element. Perhaps they could incorporate it into their bodies and make it their second life element. All these years, Xingju had been secretly preparing things related to the light element, from the matrix to the materials. All he needed to do was to capture a disciple of the Light Temple alive to study it. He wanted to find the right opportunity to incorporate the new light element into his body. It could be said that the sudden appearance of this spirit design had really smashed into his heart. The excitement in his eyes lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. Xingju carefully grabbed the scroll and opened a small corner in front of Yun Nuashing. After confirming that there was indeed a matrix engraved on it, he turned around and let the white-haired old man take a look. He stared at the edge of the matrix for a while. The white-haired old man nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. It is indeed a conversion matrix. I have appraised so many of them. I can't be wrong." Hearing the white-haired old man, Xingju's smile widened. He gently closed the scroll and looked at it with reluctance. Then he threw it back to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing sighed. She stared at Star Rule and asked tentatively, "What do you think of this formation? Star Pavilion Master?" "That's right. I think that anyone who sees it will be tempted." Xingju nodded. He hesitantly looked at the white-haired old man before looking at the 5 black-robed old men. He rubbed his chin before lifting his head to smile at Yun Nuashing and said, "Since Miss Goddess has already taken out the item to exchange for the divine weapon, please return to your seat and wait for a while. Let us old fellows have a discussion. The owner of the divine weapon spirit should be decided in this auction. Yun Nuashing nodded. He grabbed the scroll and put it into his ring. Then he nodded to Xingju, turned around, and walked out of the enchantment. After watching Yun Nuashing leave the barrier, the smile on Xingju's face slowly disappeared. He frowned as if he was in a difficult situation. The 5 black-clothed old men who set up the formation also walked over. They stood beside Xingju and the white-haired old man without moving. "Old Bai, what do you think?" After thinking for a long time, Xingju put his hands behind his back and asked the white-haired old man with a frown. Hearing this, the white-haired old man also frowned. His finger tapped on his arm for a long time before he slowly said, "The Qi family's light transforming pill can allow one to turn the elements in one's body into light elements for a short period of time. Although it looks very powerful, it has quite a number of side effects. It might cause the elements in one's body to become less pure. There are many side effects. As for the bright sun formation that the lightning divine hall took out, it requires 7 people to work together to condense pure light elements in a short period of time. Although this will not reduce the purity of the elements, it will severely exhaust one's life force. It will be difficult to replenish it. If any accident happens, one might directly lose one's life. It can be said that it is an extremely dangerous thing. The forbidden artifact of the sacred artifact shrine also possesses extremely pure light element. Although it requires a lot of energy to activate the artifact, it's countless times safer than other artifacts. However, it can only be used 3 times, the sacred artifact shrine said. The goddess of Taiyuan's 5 elemental conversion formation can convert the 5 basic elements into light elements. However, the pure energy that is converted can only be used for refinement. It cannot be used directly. If one fails, being seriously injured is a small matter. If one is careless, the process of fusing the elements will turn into ashes. It can be said that it is extremely tempting, but it is only a gamble. Hearing the white-haired old man's analysis, Xingju nodded. He sighed and helplessly said, "Although I have prepared for the light element for so many years, but..." Speaking up to here, Xingju looked at the 5 black-clothed old men and frowned. The 5 old men raised their heads and glanced at him. Their voices were stiff as they said word by word, "First, carry out the ancestors' order. Do not make the slightest mistake. They came because of this order. That thing needs to be strengthened. Otherwise, why would so many things related to the light element suddenly appear?" The white-haired old man shook his head with a bitter smile. "I know." Xingju sighed and nodded. He rubbed his palms with his fingers and said in a deep voice, "I will obey the ancestors' order. Then use it." Seeing that Xingju had made up his mind, the 5 black-clothed old men also retreated to their respective corners. The white-haired old man nodded slightly and retreated. When Yun Nuashing came out of the barrier, she saw tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes looking at her. Her heart stopped beating for a moment. However, her beautiful face remained calm as she quietly floated back to the VIP seats. When she didn't see anyone looking at her, she heaved a sigh of relief. The situation might not be too good. Although I think I have taken out my rarest item, it is still not enough. Yun Nuashing wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and smiled bitterly at Yuin, who was rolling her eyes. When Xingju held the scroll of elemental conversion array, he was very surprised at first. However, after calming down, Yun Nuashing could clearly see a trace of struggle and hesitation in his eyes. It seemed that among the items taken out by the various factions, at least one of them had moved his heart. And because of this, Yun Nuashing's originally low confidence was immediately reduced to a negligible level. It's okay. If it really doesn't work, there are still other methods. Many factions are here for the weapon soul. Perhaps there is still a chance. Yuin blinked at Mei Mao and patted her head to comfort her. She also knew that it was still too early for them to compete with the established factions. Although Yun Nuashing had obtained Mu Ingzi's inheritance, it wasn't his after all. He didn't organize it properly, so it was natural for him to be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that the Netherworld Ruined Sword seemed to be connected to the weapon soul, he wouldn't have continued to compete for it. It would be troublesome if he accidentally offended those factions that were eyeing him covetously. Unfortunately, he was already involved. He had already crossed half of the river, and he had no choice but to cross the remaining half. The Netherworld Ruined Sword had been by Yun Nuashing's side since the day he descended from the desert. According to Mu Ingzi, the Netherworld Ruined Sword had never changed hands. In other words, he might be the person who had once held the Netherworld Ruined Sword. Perhaps he could follow this information and connect to the past, which was the past before he lost his memories. Since it was related to his past, then he had to take action, no matter what. Most importantly, that towering tree, that voice that urged Yun Nuashing to go home, the only thing left in his memories, seemed to be constantly urging him to go home. In Yun Nuashing's heart, the person that he couldn't let go of the most was the person closest to him. He didn't know who that voice belonged to, nor did he know what kind of person it was. In the worst-case scenario, it was just an ordinary person. How long could an ordinary person live? Only a few hundred years. He could wait, but could it? From the moment Yun Nuashing stepped out of the Qin residence in Xingling City, he was prepared for anything. Nothing could stop him from recovering his memories. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yu Yin excitedly and quickly said, "Why do I have to dress up as a girl? Can't I just wear a black robe to cover my face? And it's much more convenient." Yu Yin glanced at him and gently put down her teacup. She slowly turned her head and muttered softly, "Hey, I've been discovered." Huh. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. He almost flipped the VIP seats over. "Don't you think it's very beautiful?" Yu Yin stuck out her tongue and said with a playful smile, "It's quite beautiful." Yun Nuashing nodded. Then he suddenly realized something and almost shouted, "No, that's not the point. TSK, if I didn't come out like this, there wouldn't be a goddess from the Taiyuan region. There would be a strange, black-robed man from the Taiyuan region. That's the point? Are you sure you're not playing with me?" "Ah, there are stars." Yu Yin pointed at the sky and looked past the transparent palace. She looked as excited as a child who had discovered something new. "Listen to me." While the two of them were fooling around, the entire auction house fell into silence. The scarlet moonlight shone through the palace and shone on everyone's faces. It should have been a gorgeous and beautiful scene. However, for some reason, the atmosphere in the auction house was quite strange. After Yun Nuashing came out, no one else entered the auction house. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the star-like barrier. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sweat silently slid down their cheeks, and they could faintly hear the beating of their hearts. The 10 minutes of waiting felt as long as 10 epochs. Finally, the barrier dimmed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Only the people in the VIP seats remained calm. The barrier dissipated. Inside, Xingju was still standing in the middle of the auction stage. 5 black-robed old men stood in 5 different directions, emitting a cold aura like a long spear. "Cuckoo, everyone. After the selection earlier, my constellation pavilion has finally come to a decision." Xingju's eyes looked all around him as he spoke with a smile. The auction house immediately became even quieter after hearing his words. Even the faintly discernible heartbeat had disappeared. Everyone's eyes contained a trace of nervousness and curiosity as they focused on Xingju. Under everyone's gazes, Xingju smiled and reached out his hand. He slowly swept his hand across the 10 VIP seats and said with a smile, after the internal discussion of the Constellation Pavilion, "The final winner of this auction is—" He slowly moved his finger twice, which made the hearts of the people in the VIP seats jump up and down, then 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 jump up and down again. While the crowd was staring blankly, Xing-ju suddenly turned around and pointed at a certain VIP seat. Sacred Weapon Divine Hall. Xing-ju's words had just sounded when the atmosphere in the auction house froze. The corners of the mouths of many people in the VIP seats were slowly pulled into a dense and cold arc. Chapter 42. Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. Yun Nuoxing said the name softly. He took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead with his fingers, and exhaled deeply. He didn't expect this, but it was within his expectations. It seemed that his formation map was not valuable enough. Should he learn something else? It seems that what the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace took out is more precious than the formation map you fused together. Yu Yin, who was beside him, touched his head and gently comforted his turbulent emotions. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and felt a little unhappy. After all, it was a big force. The depth of their foundation was beyond words. Even if they lost, the palace was quiet for a moment. Finally, there was a violent fluctuation. Countless shocked eyes turned to the VIP seats floating in the corner in midair. Exclamations exploded in the auction house. Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of such a disgusting force. Poor weapon soul. It used to be a living creature, but now it is at the mercy of others. I don't know what disgusting things they will come up with this time. Back then, they also obtained the souls of divine weapons. In the end, they developed a divine weapon, which forcibly cut off all life within a radius of millions of miles. Even now, this place is still a barren land. I wonder what kind of harmful things will happen this time. The 9 Elements Divine Palace and the 8 ancient families will not sit still. There will be a good show to watch. There was a burst of discussion in the hall. Compared with the noisy noise below, the VIP seats were unusually quiet. Cold gazes shot out from the other 9 VIP seats, and all gathered in the direction of the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. Although the latter's influence was great, they should be able to do something for the weapon soul. They should be able to ignore those trivial matters. Moreover, the righteousness was on their side. In the past, the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace used a weapon soul to refine a piece of heaven and earth into ashes. There were no less than 10 such incidents. Although they were besieged and annihilated by several powerful forces, it was said that they did not succeed and only destroyed the weapon soul. However, the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace was much more restrained in the later stage. Those tragic things did not happen again, and those forces had no reason to interfere. However, this time it was another weapon soul. They could not give it to the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. The sacred artifact, Sacred Hall, was very quiet in the face of the unfriendly gazes around them. They were not here to scare them, so they naturally knew what kind of reaction they would have if they won this time. However, if everyone thought that they were quiet and were pushovers, then they would probably have to pay a price for it. On the auction stage, Xingju sighed. He did not care about the rest of the matter. He knew what those powerful forces were thinking. However, he had more important things to deal with, so he would not participate. He forced a smile and said, "Now, the weapon soul has found its owner. The 100-year auction of the Constellation Pavilion has come to a successful end. I look forward to the next 100-year auction. In the next 2 days, please come to the Constellation Pavilion to retrieve the weapon soul as soon as possible. We will give it to you as it is." As soon as Xingju finished speaking, the people from the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace stood up. The leader of the group, an old man in a black robe, threw out a scroll and opened a space portal. He led the people behind him into the portal and disappeared from everyone's sight. As the people from the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace left, the people in the VIP seats also left one after another. The people from the 9 great divine palaces looked at Yun Nuoxing and then walked out of the auction hall. Yun Nuoxing slowly withdrew her soul energy. She could feel that the people in the VIP seats were more or less filled with killing intent. "It's going to rain." Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and gently put down the teacup. She smiled and stood up. She walked out of the auction hall with Yuin, goddess of Taiyuan. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to leave, a faint laughter suddenly sounded behind Yun Nuashing. Although Yun Nuashing had a stomach full of resentment for being called a girl, perhaps because he was used to it, or perhaps because he had heard too much of this strange title, or perhaps because he was confused by Xingju's shout, he subconsciously turned his head. Yu Yin secretly scolded him for being an idiot. By the time he reacted, his head had already turned a third of the way. Yu Yin sighed in her heart and said, "Little star, I'm sorry." She quickly waved her hand. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap caused everyone to stop. They all looked at the two beauties in astonishment. They didn't know what had happened. "It hurts." Yun Nuashing bitterly smiled. However, he didn't turn his head. This slap was very beautiful. However, he also muttered, "Can't you be gentler?" "My face is burning." Yun Nuashing went along with the act. One of her hands held her face that was completely red from the slap. Traces of fresh blood were forcefully squeezed out from the corner of her mouth. She stared at Yuin with a face full of grievance. Tears continued to surge in her eyes. Her eyebrows were also squeezed together and gently trembled. Her other hand tightly gripped her red dress. Her pitiful appearance caused the surrounding people's desire to protect her to greatly increase. The 17 people behind her were the 17 people from the 9 great temples, especially the beautiful, green-robed woman who had just spoken. They all looked at this scene in a daze. They didn't know what had happened. They all looked confused. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen sisters quarrel before?" Yu Yin put her hands on her slender waist and frowned. Mei Mao looked around fiercely. She paused for a moment at the people from the 9 great temples. She pretended to be angry. She pulled Yun Nuashing with one hand and hurriedly walked out. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened. This girl seemed to be the one in the VIP seats in the auction house. Could it be that she had lost too much when she bought the ice spirit flame flower and came out to quarrel with her sister and got hit? The silence lasted for a moment. Someone coughed. Then everyone shuddered and returned to normal. They went back to doing their own things. Only the beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Palace had an abnormal expression. She was the one who had been talking just now. At this moment, she turned her head in astonishment. She imitated the white-robed man and said, "Did I say something wrong?" Hearing this, the other 16 people looked at each other, then looked at Yun Nuashing and Mei Mao, who had walked away. They all shook their heads, not knowing what had happened between the two of them. Following the perfect conclusion of the auction, the atmosphere in Constellation City became much more festive. With so many people, the entire city was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. However, the news of the auction that day spread out in an instant, especially the last auction item. It spread to every corner of the world at lightning speed. Instantly, many people felt that in this lively atmosphere, there seemed to be a hurricane that was remapping the road map after the auction ended. Some of the major forces didn't leave immediately. Instead, they stayed quietly in Constellation City. They secretly arranged spies around the city, and even sent people back to their headquarters to ask for help. In a quiet hotel, Yun Nuashing sat on the bed. Yu Yin was holding an ice-cold towel and gently placed it on his face. Her slender hand wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. She said apologetically, "Little star, does it hurt?" "A little." Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. He tugged at his red dress and said, "I don't have to wear this outfit anymore, right? If I keep wearing it, I'll really think that I'm a girl. Sooner or later, my mind will become twisted." In this unusually tense atmosphere, Yun Nuashing and Mei Mao appeared rather calm. "No, you have to wait until you make the snow flame mask. You have to continue using the identity of Yu Exen." Yu Yin changed the towel and continued to place it on his face. "Don't!" Yun Nuashing wailed. He couldn't bear it the first time he was called that. What if he was called a second time, a third time? He couldn't just slap him every time, right? Buzz. The nether void sword jumped out of Yun Nuashing's forearm and trembled slightly. Actually, I think it's quite pretty. It would be a pity to remove it. Ah, even nether void sword, you're making fun of me. Yun Nuashing screamed in frustration. Then, do you want to recover your identity as the goddess of Taiyuan and be watched like a monkey? Yu Yin rubbed his head and teased. No, then it's fine. Ah. While the two of them were very calm, reinforcements from the other major forces arrived one after another. They set up an inescapable net outside Constellation City. From the looks of it, they had no intention of hiding at all. It was as if they were going to go all out in the open. In comparison, there was no movement at the residence of the sacred artifact temple. It was as if they didn't care at all. While waiting for the situation to change, Yun Nuashing brought Yu Yin to the branch of the Constellation Pavilion on the second day after the auction. When Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin visited, Xingju hurriedly welcomed them into the pavilion and greeted them politely. Without any nonsense, he clapped his hands and took out the ice spirit flame flower that Yun Nuashing bought at the auction. There was also a large pile of sacred flame stones. Yun Nuashing didn't stand on ceremony. She checked carefully and put them away. Then, she took out a golden card from her pendant and gently placed it on the table. Before he left, he even asked if there were any disguise items that he could use to exchange for it. Although she was short of a piece of snow crystal, she didn't know where to find it. If she could find it in one go or get a new face, it would be much easier. However, Xingju asked someone to check carefully. In the end, he only gave Yun Nuashing a disappointing conclusion. There wasn't even a piece of snow crystal. If you want to find snow crystal, you can go to some high mountains where it snows. As for the 5 elements conversion array, although I am very interested in it, I most likely have no fate with it. Xingju heard someone's report and told Yun Nuashing this. In the end, he shook his head in disappointment. Yun Nuashing was also a little disappointed. However, she still thanked Xingju gratefully. Although she didn't get what she wanted, she still got some information about snow crystal, which was also very good information. There's no need for that. Miss, the celestial spirit leaf can also be considered as a good promotion for the Constellation Pavilion. Selling you some information is nothing. Xingju smiled and waved his hand. It's already like that. Is this really considered publicity? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and said with a strange expression, It's already publicity to the point of fighting. Is this really okay? Xingju laughed loudly when he heard this and didn't say anything. When Yun Nuashing saw this, she smiled faintly. It was already the best outcome that Xingju didn't blame her. When she thought of this, she turned around and left. Xingju followed her to the door and watched them leave. Then he rushed into the pavilion as if something important was about to happen. Chapter 43. In this increasingly tense atmosphere, Yun Nuashing and the others immediately holed up in the inn as soon as they returned. They were preparing to deal with the chaotic battle that might happen in a few days. If things went as expected, some of the powerful forces in the realm of the gods would come after hearing the news. Among them, there would definitely be some forces comparable to the 9 elemental shrine. In such a situation where a storm was brewing, even the 8 ancient families were urgently preparing for war. However, the people of the sacred weapon shrine still hadn't made the slightest move. Who cares about the storm outside? Let's build the ship first. As soon as they returned to the inn, Yun Nuashing directly threw a large pile of things on the ground. They were piled up like a small mountain. Yu Yin looked at it for a long time and only exclaimed in surprise, Little star, at that time there were rumors outside that the ancient ruins were just an empty shell. I didn't really believe it, but now I believe it. Did you empty the entire ancient ruins? Yu Yin and Mei Mao casually picked up a scroll and looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange light. There was a hint of ridicule in her words. What? You said the wind is very strong today? It's going to rain heavily. How can it not be? Yun Nuashing's expression changed. He looked out the window and nodded, pretending to be ignorant. Yu Yin gave him a knock on the head. Her lily-white hands rummaged through the small mountain and said, "Did you suddenly take out this pile of things to tidy it up?" Yu Yin thought that he had suffered a loss because he wasn't prepared this time, so she planned to properly tidy up the things hidden in the pendant. Of course not. Yun Nuashing shook his head and grinned. He casually sucked a scroll into his hand and slowly opened it. He raised his head and said with a smile, "Didn't you just say that it's going to rain, so you have to bring an umbrella? The wind and rain outside is very strong. When the hurricane rises and it rains heavily, you can't do without an umbrella." Hearing these very clear words, Yu Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. However, she didn't delay and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Her lily-white hands pulled out a scroll and casually flipped through it. She glanced at it twice and then threw it to one side. She then pulled out another scroll and threw it to the other side. Clearly, she was tidying it up while looking at it. They had been together for almost a year. She had a deeper understanding of Yun Nuashing's temperament. At least, she knew that he was a person who knew how to throw things. Therefore, when she saw this scene, she subconsciously tidied it up so as to avoid encountering a similar situation in the future and making him badly battered. Yun Nuashing also sat down and pondered for a moment. He planned to start from the aspects of arrays and charms. After all, he had very few methods to deal with the enemy at present. Apart from having 5 heavy weapons in his hands and the light element in his body, he really didn't have anything else. He couldn't possibly shoot people with his bow right from the start, right? With his current strength, 1 arrow was the limit. He also couldn't use the light element continuously. Therefore, he had to change his fighting style. He had to start from the aspects of techniques, skills, profound arts, secret techniques, and so on. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruins sword suddenly appeared on Yun Nuashing's forearm. Under the astonished gazes of the two, it plunged into the small mountain of scrolls and strange objects. After a moment, it picked out a book. Using its aura as a guide, it started flipping through the pages seriously. Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin were stunned. They had never heard of weapons that could be cultivated. Buzz! As if it knew what the two were thinking, the Netherworld Ruins sword readily admitted the fact that it could cultivate. Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin shook their heads with a smile. No wonder it was the weapon at the top of the divine weapon ranking. They had never heard of such a feature before. The two focused for a long time. As they flipped through the pages, they sorted out a pile. Although there were some gains, it wasn't a lot. After all, Muingzi focused on the wood element and didn't study too much on the second element. He walked the path of specialization and had mastered the wood element to the point of perfection. There were only a few things left behind from the ancient ruins that were related to the fire element. Most of them were the possessions of the defeated sun god. However, Yun Nuashing walked the path of Bodo. Among the 4 innate elements, he specialized in the light element. The other 3 elements supported him. After he refined a branch of the celestial spirit tree, the wood element's purity had increased to the same level as the fire and metal elements. Overall, it was already considered very good. This silence lasted for a long time. The two had long stopped flipping through the scrolls. They held up a scroll of array diagrams and engraved the core information contained in it into their minds. They continued to practice and train. Of course, for Yun Nuashing, there was an additional step. Modification for Yun Nuashing, who had the evil spirit eye. He could see through and analyze any array at a glance. He could even break down the structure of an array. However, that was something only the phenomenal success of the evil spirit eye could do. Now, his eyes could only perform analysis. He even needed a long time to finish analyzing some complex array diagrams. For example, Fire Cloud Palace's elemental conversion array and the incomplete array diagrams in the Divine Weapon Soul. He took a relatively long time to finish analyzing them, especially the latter. In the same amount of time, Yun Nuashing only had time to engrave the edges. He fainted from just a glance at the core array core. And the advantage of being able to analyze an array diagram was that once he knew the structure, he could engrave, imitate, modify, and strengthen it himself. That was how the 5-elemental conversion array diagram came about. Both of them emitted a faint glow. One side was scarlet red like fire, while the other was resplendent and gorgeous. After a long period of silence, the glow on Yun Nuashing's body suddenly dissipated. Then he suddenly stood up. His perception and soul energy emanated throughout the room. Faint wood elements surged out of his body and filled the space. Then, as he thought and gained insights, he slowly engraved 5 green points of light on the floor. Then he used his delicate soul perception to extend the 5 points, transforming them into a green line of light. The essence energy in his body also triggered the movement of the green line, causing it to intertwine. After about half an hour, a 10-meter-long array filled with vitality appeared on the floor of the room. Yun Nuashing threw a celestial spirit branch into the eye of the array. The other 5 small eyes were filled with celestial grade Xian crystals, and the other 4 divine weapons. Compared to those large arrays he had seen, this one was smaller and less complicated. It was relatively easier to master. Now that it was in operation, rich energy permeated the array. However, it couldn't break through the boundary of the array and was locked inside. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth from the outside slowly flowed into the array. The rich energy condensed into liquid-like water droplets, flashing with 8-colored light. The droplets automatically merged into their bodies and directly turned into rolling essence energy, pouring into their limbs and bones. Their strength actually showed signs of increasing. The array had already refined all the energy. They just needed to absorb as much as they wanted. There were at least 1,000,000 pounds of celestial-grade Xian crystals. It was impossible to use them all up. Moreover, they were locked in by the 4 divine weapons. They could continuously refine the Xian crystals. They didn't need to worry that the absorbed energy wasn't pure. Moreover, they didn't need to provide energy himself. As long as there were Xian crystals, the array would continue to operate. Yun Nuashing glanced at Yu'in, who was immersed in the array diagram. Then he looked at the netherworld sword, who was constantly flipping through the book. After seeing that there were no surprises, Yun Nuashing nodded. Suddenly, a green scroll emitting a fierce, murderous aura appeared in his palm. The temperature in the room instantly dropped. Wood elements surged out of his palm, enveloping the scroll. Only then did the murderous aura stop. Divine level array. His palm gently caressed this green, crystal-like scroll. He muttered, "If it can be opened, it should be able to cause some damage to a divine level expert. Senior Mu Ingzi has to be at least a god of the netherworld level. However, I can only use it with other elements after I'm familiar with it. However, the wood element's attack is far less powerful than the light element's attack. It's about having an endless supply of energy." With a sigh, a 5-colored scroll appeared in his other palm. It was the 5 elements conversion array that was going to be auctioned off. The 5 elements have wood. Wood breeds fire, fire breeds earth. Earth breeds metal, metal breeds water, water breeds wood. Although the elements converted by the 5 elements conversion array can only be used after being refined, but can it be modified? Can it be used directly without refining? Yun Nuashing held the 2 scrolls and looked left and right. After a long while, he put away the 5 elements conversion array and opened the divine level array scroll. It's just the divine level. I don't believe that I can learn how to cross more than 10 levels. Yun Nuashing shook his head and forced a few dry laughs. He took a deep breath and slapped the scroll on his forehead. Majestic energy rushed into his mind and turned into a vast sea of information that filled his mind. His head instantly swelled, and he had the urge to faint. The 10,000 spirits killing array uses the wood element as its core and is supplemented by many runes. It draws on the energy of heaven and earth, seizes the power of the stars, activates the power of the dragon veins, borrows the energy of all living things, and exhausts the power of nature. Every leaf, flower, grass, tree, and tree can be used as a weapon. It's difficult to break through without the suppression of the fire element. When Yun Nuashing woke up, a figure in a jade-green robe was standing beside a lake. The surroundings were a forest full of vitality, and a jade-green breeze was blowing, making one feel refreshed. That figure repeated himself 3 times. Yun Nuashing floated in the sky and listened carefully, silently memorizing it. After repeating himself 3 times, the figure suddenly quieted down. At the same time, the surrounding trees dimmed a little. The energy of heaven and earth was chaotic, and the ground was trembling. Majestic energy showed signs of breaking through the ground. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the world. Under the feet of that jade-green figure, countless green rays of light suddenly spread out, extending into the distance with extreme speed. In just a short while they had reached the limit, enveloping a radius of 100,000 feet. Immediately, a chilly wind howled angrily, and the sun and stars dimmed. The majestic energy of heaven and earth turned into waves and surged into the array. A huge pillar of starlight descended from the sky, and milky white, huge dragons protruded from the ground, charging into the array. The surrounding trees dimmed, and a portion of them had even lost their green color. However, they did not wither, only becoming much more dispirited. Complex green runes appeared in the void, condensing together like vortexes, dragging a long tail behind them. Then, the center of each vortex emitted thousands of jade-green rays of light, connecting the other centers together. The runes at the end of the vortex also connected with the other runes, forming a huge complex combination array. With the runic array as the starting point, a new round of combination arrays was formed on top of it. The jade-green rays of light at the scene were incomparably gorgeous, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers and almost blinding them. It was so chaotic that after Yun Nuashing looked at it for a long time, she could only squeeze out 2 words from between her teeth. F***CK. This is a god-level array. The complexity of a god-level killing array is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's already beyond the capabilities of a human. Is it used to trick people, or is it for them to learn? Yun Nuashing raised her middle finger, then hurriedly opened her evil spirit eye. Her pitch-black eyes instantly became resplendent, slowly sweeping through the huge array, separating the hundreds and thousands of combination arrays. She first looked at the lowest layer, the array that was 1,000,000 feet in size. At the same time, she muttered in her heart, no wonder she appeared in the sky. She could not see it at all if she stood on the ground. As for the arrays formed by runes and other combination arrays, she had to put those aside first, and she had to temporarily carve out and learn the core array of this area. Otherwise, the rest would just be fleeting clouds. Chapter 44. After separating the array, he began to analyze the largest array at the bottom. The eye of the array, the structural formula, the decomposition formula, and so on were all analyzed and explained. The large array was broken down into thousands of pieces and then analyzed one by one. From unfolding, drawing, interweaving, step by step it was carried out slowly. And as if to cooperate with him, the dark green figure once again unfolded the array. This time, the speed of unfolding was very slow, so slow that one could see hundreds of dark green rays of light slowly wriggling like worms. After reaching a certain position, it suddenly divided into thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The degree of complexity was beyond Yun Nuashing's imagination. Even if it was played back in slow motion, with the help of the evil spirit eye, he estimated that it would take at least half a year to complete the engraving of this core array. And while Yun Nuashing and Yi Shiwen were concentrating on cultivating, the outside world was very chaotic. The 9 Elements Temple and the 8 ancient families didn't have any intention of concealing their actions. They openly sealed the entire Constellation City. A huge barrier spread out, shielding the entire Constellation City. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't come out. And such a high-profile action seemed to have made it clear that they wanted to force the people of the sacred weapon temple to stay. It was unknown whether they coveted the spirit of the divine weapon, or they didn't want the spirit of the divine weapon to fall into their hands and be refined into a peerless weapon. However, it seemed that both of them had the same core goal, which was to prevent the sacred weapon temple from taking the spirit of the divine weapon away. The sacred weapon temple was still calm, without any changes. And this kind of strange silence was the most suspicious. It was abnormal. There must be something wrong. Their silence made the outside world gather more and more forces, to an inconceivable extent. It was as if the entire realm of the gods was paying close attention to this matter. However, it wasn't to the point where the leaders of the major forces had to take action, because everyone knew, including themselves, that if they were to take action, it would be a declaration of war. They wouldn't stop until they fought to the death. If that happened, one or several major forces would definitely collapse. That was not the result they wanted to see, so they turned a blind eye to everything that was happening now. They simply treated it as a fight between the younger generation, a game of house, and tacitly chose to stand by and watch. This also made many people heave a sigh of relief. As long as there wasn't a battle between the peak of the major forces, no matter how much they fought, they just had to stand far away, watch calmly, and ignore them. After all, no matter where the battle was, the most serious result was that some unrelated civilians would be involved. The ordinary people who had finally sensed the intense, murderous aura scattered, like birds and beasts. Many people began to flee Constellation City with the help of the major forces. However, there were also some who did not wish to leave. After all, they had lived here for so many years and had more or less developed some feelings for this place. Of course, they did not wish to leave, but at present it was more important to protect their lives. Moreover, the major forces had promised to send them back. Now they just needed to hide. After driving away all the ordinary people in the city, all kinds of huge formations began to be activated, enveloping the entire city. Those who set up killing formations set up killing formations, and those who set up barriers. Constellation City was completely surrounded. However, they were still waiting for news of the divine weapon soul to arrive. Elder, everything is ready. Now, we just need to wait for the divine weapon temple to make their move. On a mountain peak, a sturdy man in a silver robe and 7 other elders of the Temple of Elements were staring straight down at Constellation City. Behind them, Yao Hua brought 8 heroes to report to them. Good. The sturdy man nodded, turned around, looked at Yao Hua, and said with a frown, "No one from the Light Temple has come yet." The light element possessed extreme speed. Whether it was for sneak attack, robbery, or escape, it was the best choice. However, there were too few people who possessed the light element. In the entire divine world, there were no more than 100 people who possessed the light element. Almost all of them were in the Light Temple, except for Yun Nuashing. No, Yao Hua helplessly shook his head. Previously, he had sent a message back to the Light Temple, asking the elders to take action. In the end, they simply threw 4 words to him. Take care of it yourself. Those old guys are too much. What if something happens to Yao Hua? The beautiful woman of the Divine Wood Temple said angrily. She looked at Yao Hua with a worried expression. The people who possessed the light element were the core fighting force of the battlefield. Although Yao Hua's cultivation was a bit low, this was a special battle. As long as he snatched something and quickly ran away, the battle would naturally end. After that, he only needed to hide in the temple and not go out. No matter how powerful the divine weapon temple was, they wouldn't dare to attack the light temple. Generally, even if people who possessed the light element were defeated, it would be very difficult for them to stay, because at that moment, they could reach the extreme speed of light. Although it didn't sound good, it was a fact. What about Goddess Taiyuan? She also possesses the light element. Can't we invite her over? Yaohua bitterly smiled and shook his head, then asked. The Pavilion of Divination has been divining her location. The last message we received was that she was still in the Constellation City. After that, we completely lost the target. No matter how much we tried, we couldn't find her. The middle-aged man of the Divine Water Temple continued. She should have used some kind of concealing array. However, the people of the Pavilion of Divination also said that she would definitely participate in the battle. She will definitely participate in this battle. As for the situation, I don't know. Even this can be divined? Isn't this already considered a prediction of the future? Lei Ming curled his lips and said, Not necessarily. This is just a general trend. It doesn't mean that the future will definitely be like this. It's just that the possibility of developing in this direction is much higher than developing in other directions. The beautiful woman smoothed out the hair in front of her forehead and smiled faintly. Hearing this, the 9 heroes muttered to themselves. No one knew what they were talking about. The next day, the Constellation Pavilion sent news that the Divine Weapon Spirit had been taken away by the Divine Weapon Temple. They were now closing their doors, and there was no need to worry about them. Everyone laughed and cried. This was full of instigation. Since the Divine Weapon Temple had already taken out the Divine Weapon Spirit, it meant that they were already prepared. Everyone was curious. With so many forces joining hands to encircle and annihilate them, how are they going to resist so many experts? The city was sealed and teleportation was no longer possible. Thus, the people of the Divine Weapon Temple could only choose to fight their way out. Could it be that they had the confidence to fight their way out? While everyone was puzzled, a sheepskin scroll rushed out of the barrier and flew into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, 3 words were projected. 3 days later. Is this a public declaration of war? They actually chose to fight head-on. Is the Divine Weapon Temple stupid? The 9 Elemental Temple, the 8 ancient families, and some of the major forces of the Taiyuan region are all eyeing them covetously. How are they going to resist? There must be something fishy going on. Strengthen the seal. Don't let them escape. While the outside world was in an uproar because of a challenge letter, in a certain and in Constellation City, a huge resplendent cocoon of light was suspended in mid-air. The densely packed threads almost covered the entire space. Below the cocoon of light, Yu-Yin was sitting upright. A fiery red scroll was unfolded and suspended in front of her. Her beautiful face was illuminated with a rosy glow. It was very moving. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of colorful liquid dripped down from the surrounding space. They dissipated on the floor and turned into colorful mist, floating in the air. These were all condensed from energy. As the aura breathed in and out, it was unknown how much energy was injected into the bodies of the 2. However, in the small eye of the array, there were slightly less immortal grade crystals. It could be imagined that the strength of the 2 should have increased a lot in this short period of time. Inside the cocoon of light, in the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing stood on the ground. Many green rays of light spread out from the soles of her feet. There were also many rays of light that were gold, red, and silver. They intertwined together and intersected to draw energy beams. Gradually, they formed an extremely complicated array. However, before she could finish, the array shook slightly. It flickered for a while and then quickly dissipated. After a while, countless threads spread out from the soles of Yun Nuashing's feet again. They quickly drew, engraved, condensed, fixed, strengthened, and expanded until it was slightly bigger than before. Then they slowly dissipated. It was obviously intentional. It was only when the array was slowly expanded to 10,000 feet in size that Yun Nuashing completely stabilized the array. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated. Starlight streaked across the space. Various kinds of energy surged out from the void. The only thing lacking was that the energy of the Earth Dragon Vein was not mobilized. It's done! After dispersing the array, Yun Nuashing stretched her body. She was a little dazed as she looked at the same emerald green world. I don't know how much time has passed. I hope I didn't delay the good show of the divine weapon soul. Sighing, Yun Nuashing slightly bowed to the green figure in the distance, who was still standing there, as if he had never changed. Then he quietly left this world. Now that he had succeeded, it was time to get to work. In the inn, Yu-in, who had already stopped cultivating, raised her head to look at Yun Nuashing, who had formed a cocoon of light. She couldn't help but frown slightly. The last time he formed a cocoon like this, it took almost half a year. This time, she didn't have so much time for him to break out of the cocoon, Kacha. Just as Yu-in was about to wake him up, cracks as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared on the cocoon of light. Then the cracks spread rapidly. In just a short while, the entire cocoon of light burst open. A slender girl with black hair that cascaded down to her legs like a waterfall appeared from within. Her fiery red robes swayed without any wind. Her pitch-black wings were folded behind her back like a screen, and there seemed to be a faint luster flowing around them. So comfortable. Yun Nuashing stretched as soon as he came out of the cocoon of light. His handsome face was full of intoxication. I thought you couldn't bear to wake up, so I was about to wake you up. Yu-in heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the cocoon this time was just a small one. I don't know how many days have passed. I don't think I missed the good show, right? Yun Nuashing put away the array and a large number of things. Then he turned his head and smiled at Yu-in. Let's go. Yu-in nodded and followed Yun Nuashing out of the inn. When the two of them arrived at the street, they realized that it was completely quiet. There wasn't any sound in the surroundings, and a somber atmosphere filled the entire city. This strange scene made Yun Nuashing and Yu-in frown. Could it be that the entire city was destroyed? But there was no smell of blood. Time rewind. Yun Nuashing took out the divine light mirror with a wave of his hand and shone it on the entire city. The divine light mirror flashed with flowing light as it reflected all the actions of the major forces as they sent away all the ordinary people in the city, set up killing formations, and activated enchantments. The two of them were a little dumbfounded. Were they going to fight openly? Was it really okay to go to war over a divine weapon soul? Yun Nuashing sighed and flicked his Netherworld Ruins sword. A unique spatial enchantment was instantly activated, and the two of them rushed out of the city. It didn't seem like it was over yet. Otherwise, the entire city wouldn't be in such a desolate state. In other words, the battle might still be ongoing. Chapter 45. King Shangluo lets cut to the chase. Hand over the spirit of the divine weapon. We'll let you go. Outside the sky of Constellation City, a black mass of people floated in the sky. Their expressions were cold as they stared at the hundreds of people in the sky above Constellation City. A man with long golden hair that reached his shoulders and was covered in golden battle armor stood at the front of the crowd. He was the one who had spoken those words, and his voice rumbled out for dozens of miles. Hey, are you so confident that you can take us down? The Allied forces didn't flatten the sacred weapon godly palace in the past, and they won't be able to do it today. Above Constellation City, among the people of the sacred weapon godly palace, a white-haired old man sneered. His eyes were like two balls of ghostly fire emitting a dark light. He looked very strange. The old man was leaning on a dragon-headed staff. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his cloak flapped in the wind. He looked like an immortal. The old man walked out of the crowd and stood at the front. He stomped his dragon-headed staff in the air, and his hoarse voice rang out slowly. Cut the crap. Don't think that we don't know what will happen to the spirit of the divine weapon in your hands. It's the most evil sacred weapon. You call yourself a godly palace, but you slaughter people in the human world to test the divine weapon. You don't deserve to have the spirit of the divine weapon. Beside the golden figure, a man in a red robe shouted at the top of his lungs. All the spiritual items in the world belong to those who are fated to obtain them. You're wrong. A white-haired young man walked out of the crowd in the sacred weapon godly palace. A black mirror the size of a human face floated above his head. A small dragon head was clasped on top of the mirror. His eyes were red, and a faint murderous aura spread out. Very well. So you don't plan to let go? A muscular man in a silver robe stepped out from beside the golden-haired man. His body was surrounded by lightning, and a majestic aura of thunder and lightning rose from the ground. An unparalleled pressure rushed out in an overwhelming manner. It looked very imposing. You can try. King Xingluo's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a shrill laugh like an owl. He stomped his dragon-headed staff in the air, and a wave-like aura surged out from his body, resisting the incoming pressure. He stepped forward with the 3 people beside him, and the aura that suddenly erupted suddenly intertwined like a giant dragon. Kill. Set up the formation. The robust man from the Lightning Divine Hall had an extremely fiery temperament. Without saying anything further, he waved his hand, and the experts from the Lightning Divine Hall behind him, who had been waiting for a long time, raised their hands and brought out a large formation. Terrifying energy light pillars covered the sky and soared straight into the clouds. Endless lightning bolts danced on the formation like wild dragons. At the same time, the other people from the 9 Elemental Shrine all activated their own formations one after another. They directly flew out from the cracked space and absorbed everything within a radius of several tens of miles into the formation. The overflowing energy caused people's legs to feel weak. King Xingluo, I won't let you take away the spirit of the divine weapon so easily. The golden-haired man took a step forward, and his body slowly rose into the air. A terrifying energy slowly spread out from his body. Instantly, the world shook and thunder rumbled. This time, you and I will decide the victor. He raised his head and roared. With a wave of his hand, a golden palm that was hundreds of thousands of feet long pressed down on the people of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace. Gold God King, with your current strength, you don't deserve this title. Let this old man take it away. King Xingluo, whose white robe fluttered, smiled faintly. He unhurriedly raised his dragon head staff and swung it horizontally at the golden palm. A gray gang chi tore through the space. Boom! The violent gray energy collided with the golden energy. The powerful energy storm wreaked havoc for a moment before both were annihilated. Sacred artifact, Godly Palace. Set up the sacred artifact formation. King Xingluo roared. His body soared into the sky, and the dragon head staff smashed down on Jin Jinwang. The space around him quietly distorted a little. Yes. Hearing King Xingluo's roar, the experts from the sacred artifact shrine responded with cold expressions. Then they waved their hands and threw out hundreds of celestial artifacts, covering an area of tens of thousands of feet. Dazzling energy surged out from each celestial artifact and connected them together, forming a huge formation that covered both sides. Damn it, using hundreds of celestial artifacts and above to set up a formation? Even if your sacred artifact shrine has a lot of celestial artifacts, you shouldn't use them like this. Celestial artifacts don't cost money. The red-robed man also faced off against the white-haired youth with the dragon head mirror. Waves of jade-green flames soared into the sky, turning into a sea of fire. The scorching heat made one's mouth dry. He glanced at the sacred artifact, shrine's formation. His face stiffened, and he immediately cursed. Hey, our sacred artifact shrines, celestial artifacts, don't cost money. If you have the ability, set up a celestial artifact formation too. I can even give you a few pointers. The white-haired youth with the dragon head mirror shot out a beam of light, completely eliminating the sea of fire. At the same time, he did not forget to mock them. You're shameless. You bastard. The two of them cursed loudly. Their eyes were red as their figures flashed and entangled with each other. The sound of cursing and energy explosions continued to resound. causing some of the spectators outside to break out in cold sweat. Were they here to fight or quarrel? The silver-robed muscular man from the lightning divine hall and the black-robed middle-aged man were like meteorites streaking across the sky, fiercely clashing. Silver lightning pierced through space, tangling and resisting the strange black fog. Very strong, although it's not even 1/10,000th of its true power to be able to create this kind of forbidden celestial artifact. Your sacred artifact, shrine, does have some skills. The silver-robed man clenched his numb palm and said with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man did not say anything. He raised his head, revealing his face that was covered by the cloak. Half of his face was stiff, while the other half was a skeleton face. There was no flesh or blood, and the place where the eyes should be was empty. It was extremely frightening. Backlash? Retribution? Seeing his appearance, the silver-robed man sneered and took out the silver spear on his back. He raised the tip of the spear and pointed it straight at the black-robed man's head. Streaks of lightning surged out from his body like silver dragons and endlessly poured into the spear. The black-robed man did not say anything, and a black sword slid out from his sleeve. Immediately, the black fog that pervaded the heaven and earth became denser, and the temperature of the heaven and earth plummeted. Faint black chi and death aura also rushed out from his body, and were all absorbed by the black sword. Then, with a tremble of his body, he instantly appeared in front of the silver-robed man and slashed with the sword. The silver-robed man did not underestimate it, and swung the spear with all his strength. The tip of the spear let out a sharp whistle and collided with that strange black sword. Immediately the heaven and earth wailed. 10,000 devil heavenly thunder formation. Underworld fire burns the heavens. 10,000 trees become forest. Chapter 46. In the sky, the many arrays that had formed launched countless attacks at the same time. The energy ripples crossed the distance in an instant and destroyed the mountain range below. The area within 1,000 miles was turned into a barren land. In the array of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace, a person in the eye of the array waved his sleeve. The array, formed by countless artifacts, suddenly shot out a torrent of energy that covered the sky. All kinds of phenomena combined with soul power suddenly rushed out of the array. It was like the roar of a lion or the roar of a mountain or the roar of a river. The boundless energy was like thunder rushing toward the numerous attacks that were coming at them. Rumble! In an instant, the sky and earth shook violently under the attack. The ground cracked, forming a crack that was thousands of feet wide. It was like a bottomless abyss. When the energy storm dissipated, the phenomena also dissipated. However, all the energy was offset. The strength of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace, was evident. Kill! The strongest forces of the two sides fought fiercely in the sky. Below, the experts of the 9 godly temples and the 8 great ancient families, as well as some other forces, were making their moves. They clashed with the experts of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace. As more and more experts joined the battle, the entire area caved in. Constellation City was protected by a barrier, so it wasn't affected too much. However, some of the energy still seeped in and destroyed the buildings. Buzz. In the distance, in a mountain range that couldn't be affected by the battle, Yun Nuashing and Yu Yin appeared at the edge of a cliff. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a group of young people and the heroes of the 9 godly temples looking at them with surprise and astonishment. They didn't know why they suddenly appeared here. Yun Nuashing was also surprised. They didn't open the barrier to look outside. They only came because they felt that this place was suitable for watching the battle. They didn't expect a group of people to already be here. Of course, the moment she saw Yao Hua, Yun Nuashing's beautiful face instantly turned cold. The temperature dropped to absolute 0. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and she was still as elegant as ever. When she saw the hatred in Yun Nuashing's eyes, She turned her gaze away unnaturally. She even looked aggrieved. Lei Ming, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel sad. He couldn't help but step forward and say, "Sister, Big Brother didn't mean any harm that day. Can you not be like this?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Her murderous eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything. She glared at Yao Hua again, then walked away with Yu Yin to a place far away from the crowd. They silently watched the intense battle. Yao Hua wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Although he wanted to take a look at Yun Nuashing and explain himself, looking at the current situation, he decided to forget about it. Big Brother has become a good boy. Wood Spirit helplessly held her forehead and sighed. She didn't think that there would be someone who could subdue Yao Hua, a delinquent youth who was used to being unrestrained. Although the elders had a part to play in this, hearing this, the other 7 people agreed with him, making Yao Hua feel gloomy. He stood at the back of the crowd. When no one was looking at Yun Nuashing, he took out the Nether Void's sword and pointed it forward. He thought to himself, "Nether Void, see if you can sense the location of the spirit of the divine weapon." The Nether Void sword vibrated, and invisible waves surged into Yun Nuashing's soul. Then, with the help of her soul power, it was transmitted into the void and slowly seeped into the battlefield. Yu Yin saw that he had begun to move. She stepped forward and stood in front of him, blocking everyone's view. Invisible waves came from the void and quickly passed through space. They swept into the array and passed through some of the explosive energy that had been transmitted into the void. They quickly rushed out and swept across everyone in the sacred artifact, Sacred Palace. Xingluo King, the black-robed man, and the white-haired man, but it wasn't on them. As one of the most powerful people present, it should be the safest to place it on them. Why wasn't it on them? Since it wasn't on them, it was useless to continue searching. He slowly searched through everyone in the sacred artifact, Sacred Palace. But even after searching through everyone, he still couldn't find it. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. If it wasn't secretly sent away, then it's hidden by an expert at the rebirth realm or above. Only those old monsters can block my detection. As Yun Nuashing frowned, a gentle voice sounded in his soul. It was a woman's voice, but he couldn't tell what age she was. "Your detection." Yun Nuashing seemed to have caught some information. He suddenly said, "Nether Void? That's me. Don't worry about that for now. Find the soul of the divine weapon as soon as possible. I can't be out for too long." "The Nether Void," Sword replied. Yun Nuashing nodded. He suddenly glanced at Constellation City. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the city and take a look." "Maybe. I'm guessing that if an expert at the rebirth realm came, they could just tear through space. This kind of barrier can't stop them at all. So it might be in the city." "Okay." "The Nether Void," Sword replied. The detection waves rushed toward Constellation City with Yun Nuashing's soul power. It instantly spread to the entire city and penetrated every inch of land. "Found it." Near the edge of the detection range, at the edge of the barrier, a man in a black robe was holding a black box in his hand. There were waves of fluctuations coming from it. Yun Nuashing was no stranger to it. It was the soul of the divine weapon. He seemed to be breaking the barrier, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to do it in a short time. It's really a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everyone outside has been fooled. Yun Nuashing exclaimed. It was just a random guess. Who knew that it was true? The barrier was so far away from the front and the back. Even if they discovered at the moment it was broken, they wouldn't be able to chase after it. Buzz. When the fluctuation came into contact with the soul of the divine weapon, the latter suddenly fluctuated. The two seemed to have the same source of energy. When the ripples came into contact with each other, the soul suddenly trembled. It seemed to want to escape and kept hitting the lid of the box. "What's going on?" The black-robed man felt the movement from his hand and stopped breaking the barrier. He looked at the black box. An ray of light shone from his hand. The box instantly stopped moving. "Hey, When my sacred weapon shrine completes the sacred weapon, I'll sacrifice your golden shrine first. Then I'll destroy the 9 elemental shrine." The black-robed man sneered. Then he persisted in breaking the barrier. "Xing Xing, get ready. The real body is ready to leave." The nether void sword said in a deep voice. "Huh." Yun Nuashing was stunned and didn't react. "Buzz." Before Yun Nuashing could react, the soul of the divine weapon suddenly emitted a strong fluctuation. Bright light burst out from the array inside it. It was as dazzling as a small sun. Then it slammed through the box and penetrated the black-robed man's energy layer. It rushed out at a speed far faster than the speed of sound. "Ah!" Feeling the movement of the box in his hand, the black-robed man was stunned. He lowered his head and saw that the box had been penetrated. He hurriedly looked back. When he saw the soul of the divine weapon, it had already escaped far away and was about to disappear from his sight. He immediately turned around and rushed over. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop! I can't stop!" Yun Nuashing came to her senses and laughed. She increased her soul power and wrapped the soul of the divine weapon in layers. She wanted to block the dazzling light, but there wasn't enough time. In just a minute, half of the huge barrier had been penetrated. It was about to rush to the battlefield. "Nether Void, turn around. You'll be discovered," Yun Nuashing hurriedly reminded when she saw that they were approaching the edge of the barrier. Buzz. The soul of the divine weapon suddenly plunged into the ground. It didn't know how deep it went before the dazzling light was covered by the thick earth. It rushed all the way through the ground below the battlefield and went straight to where Yun Nuashing and the divine weapon were standing. In an instant, it rushed up from the ground and penetrated the thick mountain wall. In the blink of an eye, it emerged from the ground. The dazzling light made everyone feel that their backs were frighteningly bright. They hurriedly turned around. The soul of the divine weapon hurriedly escaped into Yun Nuashing's pendant. Almost at the same time, Yun Nuashing hurriedly put away the nether void sword. Then she looked at the people who were slowly turning around. The wood element in her body quickly condensed into a ball the size of a head. It emitted a gentle light and a steady stream of vitality. Everyone turned around and only saw Yun Nuashing holding the wood element. They didn't know what she was doing. After a while, they didn't see anything and turned their heads back. The wood spirit looked at the ball of wood element and then looked at Yun Nuashing. Then it also turned its head. When everyone ignored her, Yun Nuashing put away the wood element. She stepped forward and pulled Yu Yin's clothes. Then she said, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" As soon as her voice fell, just as Yun Nuashing and the wood spirit were about to escape, a violent shout suddenly sounded. Then, in the sky, 7 figures appeared. It was King Shangluo, the black-robed middle-aged man, the white-haired youth, the black-robed man who broke the barrier, Jin Jinwang, the red-robed man, and the silver-robed man. The 3 people of the Temple of Elements had their backs to Yun Nuashing and the others. They stared at King Shangluo and the wood spirit with a dignified expression. "Little girl, how dare you steal something from my sacred artifact, Divine Palace? Hand it over, otherwise die." King Shangluo squinted his old eyes and stared at Yun Nuashing. There was a trace of his aura on the weapon spirit. No matter where it moved, it could be detected. Many young talents, as well as Jin Jinwang and the other 2, looked at Yun Nuashing in surprise. They were confused. They didn't know when she had stolen the weapon spirit. However, Jin Jinwang and the other 2 immediately turned around and sneered, "King Shangluo, don't be so aggressive. With me here, you can't do anything." How awe-inspiring! Unexpectedly, Yun Nuashing smiled and shouted, "You old thing, if you have nothing to do, you should go back and drink tea and grow potted plants. Otherwise, if you die suddenly, no one will help you collect your corpse." Silence, even the sound of the wind, stopped. King Shangluo was instantly petrified. With his status, how could he be laughed at like this? Even the faces of the gold god king and the other two froze. Junior, go to hell. Instantly reacting, King Shenluo flew into a rage out of humiliation. His ghastly claw-like palm produced a gray energy hand that spanned 100,000 feet as it charged at Yun Nuashing. Jin Jinwang waved his hand as a resplendent golden light enveloped the ghastly claw, destroying it. He sneered and said, King Shengluo, to think you have the nerve to attack a junior. You have cultivated your shamelessness with your age. Old fart, let me send you on your way. Yun Nuashing laughed out loud as her hands formed seals at lightning speed. As the seals changed, rich wood elements burst out of her body as boundless soul strength swept through the world. With a wave of her hand, she threw out more than 10 high-grade divine artifacts she had obtained from Mu Ingzi's palace. There was the sun god bow, the sky piercer halberd, the mountain-splitting axe, the golden chain, and the divine mirror of light she obtained from Fire Cloud Palace. She carried the nether void sword on her back as piles of immortal-grade mystic crystals that emitted resplendent 8-colored light landed at her feet. Swathes of divine artifacts appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Just the dozen or so divine artifacts were in no way weaker than the divine artifacts in the Sacred Artifacts Divine Temple. With a light wave of her red robe, her soul strength spread out in more than 10 directions with the wood elements, mystic crystals, and the pile of weapons. Instantly, a green beam of light emanated from her feet as it spread out at an extremely fast speed. The beam of light outlined an extremely complicated array formation that was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end. It enveloped 100,000 feet in radius as scattered runes emerged from the void and connected with the array formation. They intersected and produced astounding energy fluctuations. In an instant, the world suddenly trembled, and endless astral powers turned into a huge light pillar that descended onto the great formation. The surging waves of the world's energies turned into a massive vortex that gushed into the formation. The mountain range and the large patches of forests dimmed a little, offering up their life force. Even the dragon's veins that were hidden deep underground seemed to show signs of activity. The rich life force spread throughout the array formation, but it gave people a feeling of endless killing intent. It was breathtaking. The young elites not far away were already dumbfounded. Even the elites from the 9 Elemental Divine Temple had their mouths agape while their faces twitched. Even Jin Jinwang and King Sheng Luo drew in a cold breath. A ceiling class divine killing array. Everyone's mouth turned dry. This was going to defy the heavens. How could a mere mortal rank 6th transformation girl be so monstrous? 8-sided annihilation, myriad spirits, killing domain. Yun Nuashing shouted. The surrounding immortal grade, glazed crystals were rapidly consumed by the small energy array formation and transmitted to the myriad spirits, killing domain. When the syllables of the word domain were uttered, the myriad spirits killing domain activated rapidly. The surging energy turned into monstrous waves that covered King Shengluo and the others. Retreat! King Shenluo shouted in horror. This immature killing array could not kill him completely, but Jin Jinwang was watching from the side. If he was not careful and exposed a flaw, he would be dead for sure. Want to leave? Yun Nuashing grinned and waved his hand. The dark green energy suddenly became extremely condensed. Hundreds of small natural formations were activated, blocking behind the few of them. It gave off an indestructible feeling. Boom! King Shengluo and the others hurriedly turned around and attacked the green barrier. Energy leaked everywhere, and there were continuous explosions. The barrier rippled rapidly, but did not show any signs of being broken. Behind the 4 of them, thousands of long swords that were as resplendent as emeralds emerged from the surging green waves. Together with the waves, they smashed down from the sky. Boom! The waves slammed into the 4, knocking them against the green energy barrier. They were pinned down firmly. The green swords carried unparalleled sword chi as they rapidly cut into the four's bodies. Blood splattered and dyed the barrier red. At the same time, hundreds of array lines surged out of the array formation. They formed a sphere and enveloped King Xingluo and the others. Green threads shot out from the array lines and entangled the four, turning into scorching lines of fire. The energy on King Xingluo's body dimmed as he was enveloped by the lines of fire. The array formation was going to refine the four of them alive. "Senior, lend me a hand," Yun Nuoxing shouted at Jin Jinwang and the others. She changed her hand seals, and 3 green beams shot out from the array, enveloping the 3 of them. After the green energy barrier enveloped Jin Jinwang and the others, they suddenly felt that the killing intent of the killing array had suddenly disappeared. Jin Xinguang and the other 2 immediately understood. They exchanged glances, took out their weapons, and charged toward King Xingluo and the other 3. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation to kill them. Chapter 47. Arg! Damn you brats! King Xingluo roared angrily. He could already see Jin Jinwang and the other 2 charging at him like wolves and tigers. The overwhelming energy turned into golden light and pierced his chest. The intense pain made him roar at the sky. Divine artifact! Bursting flames! King Xingluo struggled to hold the dragon-headed staff in front of his chest. The emerald threads wrapped around his body were constantly draining his energy. Even his origin energy was gradually being refined. The energy that surged out could not be refined fast enough, but it was firmly suppressed by the energy barrier. He could not move at all. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. "I'll explode your head." Seeing that King Xingluo was about to detonate the dragon-headed staff, Yun Nuoxing snorted coldly. He waved his hand and controlled the energy of the entire formation, turning it into a giant emerald beam of light that blasted towards the dragon-headed staff. The energy of a high-level divine artifact self-destruction was enough to destroy his incomplete formation. The words he had mustered up today were enough to make him regret it. A beam of light containing a vast amount of energy descended from the sky like a divine punishment. The violent energy was completely different from the docile wood element. Almost instantly, the beam of light collided with the dragon-headed staff, causing cracks as thick as a thumb to spread out from it. Bang! Before the glowing dragon-headed staff could explode, it was reduced to pieces by the torrent of energy. This made King Xingluo's heart ache. That was a high-level divine artifact. There were not many divine artifact temples, and it was destroyed so easily. Arg! There was no time for King Xingluo to feel sorry for his divine artifact. Jin Jinwang had been gathering energy for a long time to evolve a powerful killing move. At this moment, the emerald waves smashed into him in waves. His chest caved in, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. There were even fragments of his internal organs. The other 3 struggled bitterly in the formation, but they could not break free from the emerald threads that were refining their energy. They could not gather enough energy to escape this ocean. They were basically on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Sky-splitting golden god! Jin Jinwang shouted. The golden long sword in his hand turned into a golden sun. It slashed out a golden sword light that tore through space. The surging energy caused pitch-black cracks to appear in space. Unstoppable thunderbolt! The silver-robed man's spear continuously surged with silver lightning and dark green energy. A blinding light shot out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 rays of light had descended upon the world. The resplendent silver-green light pierced through space, turning into a barrier of thunder that smashed downwards. Demon flame apocalypse! At the same time, an abnormally vast, jade-green sea of fire descended from the sky. It lunged at King Shengluo with devastating power. The scorching heat made the surroundings extremely hot. "I'll fight you to the death!" In the face of certain death, Shengluo King's expression immediately turned sinister. His eyes turned scarlet red as he let out a sinister laugh. The energy in his body forcibly broke free of the 10,000 spirits, killing Array's restraints, and wildly surged within his body. "Be careful, he's going to self-destruct." Seeing Qing Hai's state, Jin Jinwang's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yun Nuoxing and the others flying. Meanwhile, the energy gathered in the hands of the former three was even greater. It was as if 3 seas were crashing towards King Shengluo. "Go all out my ass." Yu Yin, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly called out when she saw this. With a wave of her hand, she conjured another formation that was also 10,000 meters wide. It drew in the sunlight in the sky, causing the surroundings to dim. Scorching energy rapidly surged into the formation. As soon as the formation appeared, Jin Jinwang, King Shengluo, and the others all gasped. Why had another god-tier formation appeared? Swish! Countless strands of fire surged into the sky, condensing into thousands of soft, fiery streaks of light. They pierced through the bodies of King Shengluo and the others, piercing through their souls as well. They bound the 4 of them like chains, burning their meridians to ashes. With a series of hissing sounds, streams of blood flowed out from where the fiery streaks had passed through, mixing into the sea of energy and vanishing. "Even so, you'll all die with me. You can't stop it. You can't stop it." King Shengluo's old eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He laughed savagely as his eyes bulged and blood flowed out. Wild and brutal energy surged wildly within his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, Jin Jinwang and the other 2 were holding 3 formations of energy. They smashed over like 3 major worlds. Boom! Several bursts of energy exploded at the same time. A moment later, a thunderous explosion finally rang out under countless shocked gazes. The terrifying, brutal energy was like a hurricane that swept through the heavens and the earth, sweeping out violently. Yun Nuoxing and the others hurriedly fled into the distance under the terrifying energy hurricane. The full-powered attack of 3 Shinming experts, the detonation of 2 god-tier formations, and the self-destruction of 1 Shinming expert. The power was rather terrifying. If they were caught in it, their fate would be rather tragic. The various experts who were fighting in the distance were so shocked that they stopped what they were doing. Their legs went weak as they looked in the direction of the explosion. There were even some who were so frightened that they fell on their butts. This formation was too terrifying. The energy hurricane raged for more than 10 minutes. The gigantic mushroom cloud in the sky slowly dissipated. Sunlight once again penetrated the sky and shone on the sky below. At this moment, the 2 gigantic ceiling-level formations had already dissipated. The 18 types of weapons that were used for the formations had all fallen to the ground. As the formations dissipated, Yun Nuoxing slowly knelt on the ground. His ink-black hair had turned snow-white. Yu Yin, who was beside him, hurriedly supported him when she saw this. The consumption this time was huge. After all, the formation was not complete. It was not continuously activated by the talisman. It still needed to consume his own energy. He could not bear such a huge amount of energy at all. If it were not for the glazed crystal helping him from the side, he would have been drained long ago. If he could perfect the talisman, then the consumption would be greatly reduced. However, the power was still beyond Yun Nuoxing's expectations. Although the attack that killed Shengluo King and the others was launched by Jin Jinwang, and the other 2, at the very least, he had the means to restrain a Shinming expert. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had time to activate the formation. Otherwise, he would still have to use the light element to escape in a hasty confrontation. In fact, if the opponent did not even give him time to activate the formation, he could directly shatter him with a wave of his hand. The young elites of the various forces looked at each other, dumbfounded for a moment. Amongst so many people, only Yao Hua, who grasped the light element, was able to escape unscathed. As for the others, they were likely already dead. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the figures of Jin Jinwang and the other two slowly appeared. Seeing that they were as good as new, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Shenluo King's self-destruction had captured the 3 Shinming experts, the 9 Elements Temple would probably vomit blood. Slowly landing on the ground, Jin Jinwang's figure shook slightly. It seemed that he was not really unscathed, but he did not show it. He shouted to the people of the Sacred Weapons Temple in the distance, "Shenluo King is dead. Do you still want to fight?" The people of the Sacred Weapons Temple turned pale. They all looked in horror at the beautiful girl sitting powerlessly on the ground. They were all frightened. 3 elders had died at once. How were they going to explain it when they returned? The remaining people were silent for a moment. Then screams of horror rose and fell one after another. Then everyone fled as if their lives depended on it, leaving behind a pile of celestial devices. Seeing that the crowd had scattered like birds and beasts, Jin Jinwang also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the reputation of the Sacred Weapons Temple was not good, he still did not want to cause unnecessary killing. It was enough to leave the high-ranking members. As for the disciples, let them leave. Sighing, the 3 of them turned to Yun Nuoxing, who was sitting on the ground. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Feeling the 3 gazes, Yun Nuoxing, who was making use of the time to recover, was shocked. He took a deep breath and quickly pulled himself together. He struggled to stand up and pulled Yu-Yin back a distance. The golden chain floated in front of him. He looked at Jin Jinwang and the other 2 warily. Now, they all knew that he had the spirit of the weapon god. He did not know if they would take advantage of his weakness to kill him. "Don't worry." Seeing his vigilant look, Jin Jinwang smiled. He knew what he was worried about. He waved his hand and said softly, "Although the spirit of the weapon god is very tempting, it was you who snatched it from the Sacred Weapons Temple this time. Naturally, we will not force it. As long as the spirit of the weapon god does not fall into their hands, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded. He was now in a weakened state. The people of the 9 Elements Temple were looking for him. Now, with Yu Yin's excellent skills, they could not tell. But once they stayed for a long time, it would be hard to say. Hence, he said softly, "Thank you for your help." "See you again." After saying that, Yun Nuoxing slowly retreated a distance under everyone's gaze. Supported by Yu-Yin, he flew into the distance. Light element. At this time, Yao Hua, who had sensed something, suddenly opened his eyes wide without blinking. He stared at Yun Nuoxing with a face full of shock. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled. Her pale face became even more transparent. At this time, her body was very weak. Without deliberately suppressing it, the energy in her body was constantly surging. Anyone could see through her at a glance, let alone Yao Hua, who also had the light element. "I'll remember you, damn stinky fart," Yun Nuoxing angrily cursed. He didn't care whether he had the strength or not. In an instant, he forcefully pushed the light element to the extreme. Bringing Yu-Yin with him, he left behind a ray of light in the sky and disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a bunch of dumbfounded people. Heavens! Light element. She's the goddess of Taiyuan. She really came. I always thought that the heaven-defying senior of the divination pavilion had made a mistake. It turns out that she was always by our side, as the goddess of Taiyuan killed the 3 supreme elders of the Sacred Weapons Temple. She must be the one who sold the Glory's spirit tree leaf at the auction, right? After all, in the ghastly forest, she and the Glory's spirit tree worked together to deal with the soul-devouring tree. Who knows if there's any relationship between them? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Looking at Yun Nuashing, who was leaving, they could not help but sigh. The goddess of Taiyuan was too strong. Did I do something wrong? The most puzzled person was Yao Hua. As usual, he asked this very innocent question. The 8 of them looked at him, speechlessly. Lei Ming sighed, looked at the 7 of them, and said, "Now I know how that girl feels. She probably wants to beat the boss up. What do you guys think?" "I completely agree." Mu Ling face-bombed. "Agreed." Huiji replied unhappily. When Jin Jinwang heard Yun Nuashing's name, he had been thinking. After a while, he took out a portrait. On it was the side profile of Yun Nuashing that the red-haired man had seen in the ancient ruins. He said to the other 2 in astonishment, "This doesn't look like her?" At that time, the 11 alliances had tacitly agreed that the goddess of Taiyuan was the person they were looking for, because the Fire God Temple had tacitly agreed. But now, the portrait did not match the person they had seen. What was going on? At that time, she appeared in that appearance. A girl can casually dress up and change into another appearance. It's normal that you can't recognize her. However, this little girl is very beautiful. She's not much different from my daughter. The silver-robed man took the picture scroll, looked it up and down, and then explained. "Ah." Wood Spirit suddenly thought of something and screamed. The 8 elders of the Temple of Elements were startled. Everyone looked at her with a puzzled expression. They didn't know what was going on. Goddess of Taiyuan has the light element, right? Mu Ling thought of something. Her face suddenly turned a little pale as she said in a strange voice, "Yes." Everyone nodded. This was something that everyone knew. Then the array she just used, the Divine King, said. Mu Ling looked at the beautiful woman and asked in a trembling voice, "Would element?" Jin Wang froze for a moment. His brows wrinkled tightly. Light and wood elements, innate dual elements? No. Ji shook her head. When Yun Nuashing was weak, she also noticed something, but she didn't pay attention to it. Now that she thought about it, yes, there is a strong fire element in the array. The red-robed man nodded and said Ji's words. Everyone once again took a deep breath. Innate 3 elements. Crazy! No, there is also a metal element. Among the heroes of the 9 elemental temple, the man wearing a bright silver robe said faintly, "In the dark green waves, the condensed sword was mixed with metal element." Hiss! The people of the 9 elemental temple, including the divine kings, all took a deep breath. Innate 4 elements. This talent was terrifying. Incredible. Unbelievable. This is going to explode. Lei Ming's face turned red. He couldn't help but curse. As a result, he was rewarded by the silver-robed man. Everyone smiled helplessly. This talent was abnormal. Moreover, no matter how many kinds of innate elements there would be no resistance between each other. It was not like forcibly fusing new elements. There would always be a faint resistance. It would take a lot of effort to refine this resistance. Otherwise, it would hinder the power of the fusion. Presumably, this woman's future achievements would be immeasurable. Chapter 48. News of the battle in Constellation City spread like a rocket, crossing several origin regions in a single day. Many forces joined forces and defeated Sacred Artifact Shrine, killing 3 of their supreme elders on the spot. This situation made some of the older generation shake their heads, thinking that Sacred Artifact Shrine's reputation had indeed declined. They recalled how mighty they had been in the past. When the Dark Divine Artifact appeared, many forces joined forces and failed to annihilate them. Now, not only did they fail to keep the Divine Artifact soul, but they were also killed so casually. Moreover, it was under the circumstances of mercy. Otherwise, how could so many people have escaped? Many people knew the whole story. It was all because of the appearance of the goddess of Taiyuan. She helped Jin Jinwang and the others to set up a ceiling-killing matrix and annihilate King Xingluo and the others in one fell swoop. The world was shocked. Those were 3 gods of the underworld level. How could they be killed so easily? Was there a discrepancy between the truth and the rumors? Or was the goddess of Taiyuan going to defy the heavens? However, the next piece of news shocked everyone to the point that they were dumbfounded. The goddess of Taiyuan had 2 innate elements. A person could only control one element. This was common knowledge. Only gods who had reached the god level could absorb another element into their body. Moreover, the failure rate was very high. If one was not careful, their soul would scatter, and they would not die in peace. Meanwhile, the great origin goddess had already grasped 2 elements by herself. Her future path would definitely be very smooth. After all, a dual element wielder was far more powerful than a single element wielder. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation speed, the density of origin power, or even strength, she would be able to surpass them by an entire street. After the rumor spread, the Golden God King and the others all had a tacit understanding and did not spread the most accurate information. They just let the world think that it was a dual element. For elements, or whatever, they did not see anything and did not know anything. Although some people had asked Jin Jinwang for confirmation, they all said that the goddess had directly disappeared into the horizon after killing King Shenluo and the others. They did not say anything else. Yao Hua could not help but want to tell the truth. In the end, he was dragged away by the 8 heroes and sealed his mouth. He looked innocent and kept muttering what he had done wrong. It made everyone want to beat him up. Usually, Yao Hua was very approachable. They didn't expect him to have such a side to him. It was to the extent that they couldn't stand it. The 11 Search Alliance, which had been quiet for a while, became active again. That day, they were shocked and didn't immediately chase after her. Later, they remembered that when they chased after her again, she was nowhere to be found. Zai Yaohua and the others also told them about Yun Nuoxing's wizardry barrier. Everyone suddenly felt that it was very tricky. Enchantments were a kind of dislocated space. Apart from a specific person, no one else would be inside. Simply put, enchantments were divided into 2 types. World enchantments. Every enchantment could be regarded as a new world, and individual enchantments, which only corresponded to a small area. However, it was a bit strange to put it this way. Back then, when Yun Nuoxing and the others suddenly appeared on the cliff, Shui Xia of the Water God Temple did indeed sense the dissipation of the barrier. Either they expanded the barrier to an extremely large size and then moved there to dissipate, or they just happened to be there. There was also another possibility: mobile enchantments. The former, as the name implied, didn't necessarily have a large range of enchantments. However, it could be moved as one wished and wasn't affected by the area. There would be enchantments within a certain distance of one's body. According to speculation, this possibility was higher. As for world enchantments, it was impossible to expand this kind of enchantment without special methods. This was already considered a different kind of world creation. The goddess should have a very powerful artifact on her. With her strength, she can expand such a high-level enchantment. Perhaps this is also the reason why she's looking for the spirit weapon soul. Jin Jinwang scratched his head and speculated. It was this piece of information that made the 11 Alliance a bit stunned. With such a heaven-defying enchantment, they could go anywhere in the world. Almost all places were like uninhabited lands to them. How were they supposed to find her? Therefore, the progress of this search instantly jumped back to 0. In other words, there was no progress at all at this time in a place far, far away from Constellation City. The sun penetrated through the towering trees and cast the cool sunlight that had filtered out the heat below. A cool breeze blew, cozy and comfortable. The forest swayed with countless vitality. In the forest, a large, colorful cocoon of light was suspended 1 meter above the ground. There was a huge energy, fluctuation, faintly emitting from it. The life inside seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Beside the cocoon of light, a beautiful woman dressed in red was sitting, cross-legged. Fragments of sunlight fell on her charming face. Her graceful body was tall and slender. Her fine black hair swayed gently with the wind. There was a blazing energy slowly flowing around her body, continuously surging into the woman's body. Who? After the mysterious art was completed, Yuin gently opened her eyes. A trace of red light flashed past Mei Mao's eyes. It's been a month. Yuin tilted her head. Her delicate hands hugged her slender and smooth jade legs. Her smooth chin rested on her knees. Her shapely eyebrows slightly knitted. She helplessly sighed and said, "Little star, every time you're exhausted, you have to sleep for a long time." The cocoon of light brightened slightly. Yun Nuashing smiled embarrassedly. "Where's the netherworld ruin sword?" Yun Nuashing asked. A month ago, when he was spinning the cocoon, the netherworld ruin sword had absorbed the divine weapon soul. Now, there was no movement at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Nuashing could still use his divine sense to speak, he would have thought that something had happened to it. There's been no reaction. Yuin shook her head and stood up. Her jade hands gently rubbed the cocoon of light. Red energy with a slight heat surged from her palms and poured into the cocoon of light. There's no need to do this. The fiery red color on the surface of the cocoon of light became much more intense. However, Yun Nuashing said that there was no need to do this. Big sister is a little bored. I want to pluck a star from the sky. Yuin sighed. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Yun Nuashing was speechless. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Why don't I pull you in with me the next time I immortalize?" Immortalization, as the name implied, was a transformation process every time a cocoon was spun. It would cleanse every corner of one's body, flesh, blood, bones, organs, meridians, and soul. Every time one immortalized, their whole body would become much stronger. Occasionally, they would even gain new insights. Yun Nuashing didn't know how he learned it. He could only attribute it to him having learned it before. "Little star." Yu Yin's beautiful face suddenly became very red. She looked very cute. She stuttered. You want me to sleep with you?" "PFFF." The huge cocoon of light trembled violently. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. He quickly diverted some of his attention to stabilize the state of immortalization. He almost shouted, "No. How far have you gone wrong?" "Big sister, I'm not interested in little girls." Yuin patted the cocoon of light and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuashing flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Don't worry, go back to sleep. I've already found the snow crystal. Now all that's left is to go and get it," Yuin said with a smile. Her jade-like hands were still persistently transmitting energy. "Where is it?" Yun Nuashing asked excitedly from inside the cocoon of light. The cocoon of light suddenly emitted a bright light. "On a snowy mountain. It's a little far from here." Yuin looked into the distance. Her gaze penetrated the barrier and looked at the nameless snowy mountain. That was a place she accidentally found. There was an extremely huge ice crystal there. It was as big as a head. She just had to go and collect it. "Okay, wait for me. I'll be right out." Yun Nuashing transmitted his voice excitedly. Then he hurriedly channeled the energy of immortalization to his whole body. He mobilized all the energy to wash his body vigorously. It even made a wave-like sound. "Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. No one will find this place." Actually, the people of the 9 Elements Temple have been here before. However, they didn't see through the barrier here. Seeing that he wanted to speed up the process, Yuin hurriedly advised. Okay, then wait for me for 2 more days," Yun Nuashing replied sullenly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. He was struck by lightning once. Logically speaking, the advancement of a small realm wouldn't attract a heavenly tribulation. However, this time he advanced by 3 stages in one go. He reached the mortal stage, 9th transformation stage, which was 2 stages less than Yuin. After all, the condensation of energy required a lot of energy and consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, it was already considered very good to be able to advance to this stage. In the later stages, the difficulty of advancing would only increase. The scenery of the northern kingdom was covered in ice and snow for thousands of miles in a pure white ice field. The wind and snow drifted for dozens of miles. The cold wind whistled and thick clouds covered the sky. The sun was blocked outside the door, and the world was gloomy. In the distance, a mountain peak occupied by ice and snow reached straight into the sky. The peak reached into the clouds. It was unknown how high it was. It can't be that mountain, right? On the ice field, Yun Nuashing, who was dressed in black and had a long windbreaker hanging down to her feet, asked with a pale face as she pointed to the white mountain peak that was so high that the peak couldn't be seen. Yes. Beside her, Yu Yin, who was dressed in a red robe, adjusted her clothes and nodded. Yun Nuashing raised her head 90 degrees. Her face twitched. After hesitating for a moment, she took out the sun god bow and pulled the bowstring. The majestic energy condensed into a blurry arrow. She aimed at the clouds and shot it out. The energy arrow turned into a shadow and fiercely pierced into the clouds. After a moment, it turned into an ice arrow and fell from the sky. I say, this isn't a good idea. Climbing this mountain will kill us. Seeing the energy arrow turn into an ice arrow, Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of air. Her face twitched for a moment, and she stiffly turned her head and laughed dryly at Yu Yin. It's fine. The last time I went up, it was fine. Although it didn't snow last time, it shouldn't be that bad. Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him. She raised her hand and picked him up. Then she quickly flew towards the mountain. Nether void. Ah! The moment her feet left the ground, Yun Nuashing's face paled. She hurriedly pulled out the nether void sword and held it tightly in her hand. 10 minutes later, the two of them flew through the clouds. Blinding sunlight poured down from the sky, causing them to close their eyes out of habit. It took them a moment to recover. The main peak of a lonely mountain range stood above the sea of clouds. There was not the slightest trace of white on the mountain, and it was as blue as ice. At the top of the mountain was an enormous ice field that was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sunlight from the sky. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth uncontrollably flowed toward the mountain peak, condensing into an enormous whirlpool in the sky. What is that thing? Achoo! Yun Nuashing raised her head to look at the colorful energy whirlpool. Her entire body suddenly trembled. Some ice crystals condensed on her long black hair, and they quickly melted under the sunlight. That's not right. I didn't see this thing last time. Yu Yin also raised her head in confusion and said with her slender eyebrows furrowed. The whirlpool was about 10,000 feet wide, and it covered a large area of heaven and earth. Vast amounts of energy condensed into liquid droplets that floated in the air, constantly flowing toward the center of the whirlpool. When they fell on the ice field, they could feel the shocking energy from afar. He subconsciously opened his evil spirit eye and constantly scanned the ice field. The energy droplets fell on the ice surface, then melted into the ice and slid down along a path. It seemed like there was something hidden in the ice that was crazily absorbing the energy. Let's go and take a look first. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and said, as long as it was not caused by a guardian beast, there would be no problem. With his current strength, as long as he had a bit of time to activate the 10,000 spirits killing array, he would be invincible against anyone below the divine level. Yui nodded and took out a fiery red spear from her ring. The tip of the spear reflected a frightening cold light under the sunlight. This was taken from Yun Nuashing's pile of treasures. It was also a high-grade divine weapon, faintly touching the peak level. However, it seemed that Mu Ingzi had not forged many weapons. Although these were all divine weapons, most of them were between the 1st and 3rd grade. Although they were very powerful, they were far from the peak level. Yun Nuashing also grasped the Netherworld Ruin sword in her hand. 6 pitch-black wings shot out from her back as she adjusted her state to the peak. She looked at Yu-Een and nodded her chin lightly. Then, the two of them slowly flew over. As soon as they stepped on the ice field, a bone-piercing chill surged into their bodies from the soles of their feet, causing Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing to fiercely shiver. They hurriedly released fire elements to isolate the cold from their bodies. Thud! As their feet landed on the ice, a crisp sound spread throughout the ice field. There was nothing in the boundless, icy blue plains. It was so flat that it did not seem to be formed naturally. It was more like an ice mountain that had its peak cut off by a knife, leaving behind a section. After walking for a long time, when they were about to reach the center, Yu-Een suddenly cried out softly. Her slender finger pointed to a piece of ice and said in a joyful voice, "The snow crystal is there!" Yun Nuashing looked in the direction of her finger. A pure white stone was hidden under the ice. The pure white color blended together with the ice field. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that it was a frozen object. "Where's the guardian beast?" Yun Nuashing scratched her head and looked around. She did not see any cave that could hide it. Could it have gone out? I did not see it the last time I was here. Maybe there's no guardian beast? Yu-Een raised her eyebrows and thought for a while. Tilting her head, a majestic soul power surged out from between her eyebrows. Then she covered the entire ice field and began to carefully explore. Seeing him like this, Yu-Een did not want to disturb him. She held the spear that was taller than her and looked around vigilantly. After 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing withdrew her soul power. She shook her head at Yu-Een and said, "I don't think so. Let's take it and leave." After saying that, she walked over and smashed the ice surface with her palm, revealing the head-sized snow crystal. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a while. Rich elemental energy surged out and condensed on her hands. She took the snow crystal out. The surface of the snow crystal was uneven, but it did not have much weight. It did not look like it was made of stone. Instead, it looked like a snowball. However, it was very hard and cold. Even though there was a layer of energy barrier, Yun Nuashing's palms were covered in a faint layer of frost. With a wave of her hand, she broke up a piece of ice and hollowed it out. She used her energy to prevent the cold from leaking out. Then she put the snow crystal inside. This kind of strange object could not be stored in other containers. She could only put it in a piece of ice from the place where it was born. Otherwise, it would melt immediately. Putting the snow crystal stone into the pendant, Yun Nuashing felt a little emotional. He had finally gathered the 3 main materials. All that was left was to refine them. This was the easiest material to gather. For the 10,000-year green spiritual vine, he had gone to the Ghost Chi Forest. For the ice spirit flame flower, he had gone to the auction. While Yun Nuashing was feeling emotional, she suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if something was calling her. Chapter 49. With his slender brows knitted, Yun Nuashing suddenly tugged at Yu-Yin's sleeve and asked, "Did you hear something?" "Little star, I think it's time for you to see a doctor." Yu-Een held her forehead. Back in Fire Cloud Palace, she had said that she had seen something. This time, she heard something in the icy plains, but she didn't sense anything. Could it be deep well ice? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Suddenly, his heart constricted as though he had heard something. Then he covered Yu-Yin's mouth and placed a finger on his mouth. Her pitch-black eyes darted around as Yu-Een knitted her brows. She shot a glance at Yun Nuashing and saw how serious he was. It didn't seem like he was pulling a prank, so she listened attentively. Yun Nuashing looked up at the vortex in the sky before looking at the icy surface. He could clearly hear a sound that seemed to be summoning him. It was vague and indistinct. After surveying his surroundings a few times, Yun Nuashing thought for a moment before pulling Yu-Een towards the center of the icy plains. As he walked, he kept looking up at the vortex in search of the corresponding location. In the center of the icy plains, there was a constant dripping of energy, liquid, that silently fused into the icy plains. The bottom of the energy vortex was directly connected to the icy plains. A dark blue hole was hidden beneath the icy surface. The hole constantly shimmered as though something was absorbing the energy. There's a hole beneath the ice. Yun Nuashing looked in astonishment before turning his head. He saw Yin staring at the bottomless hole in astonishment. That sound, a faint buzzing sound, echoed in his head. Yun Nuashing's heart suddenly felt an intense pain as he clutched his chest tightly. It was extremely painful as the hollow feeling stimulated his nerves. It was as though he had forgotten something very important. I find it very familiar, but I can't recall anything. What is summoning me? What is it? Little star, are you okay? Yin turned around and was shocked. She hurriedly used her sleeve to wipe away the tears sliding down Yun Nuashing's handsome face and asked anxiously. Yun Nuashing was called back to her senses. She shook her head and casually wiped away her tears. Her eyes were filled with determination as she said to Yin, and let's go together. Yin touched his head. Mei Mao felt a little distressed. She knew that Yun Nuashing had lost his memory. Something that could make him show such an expression must be related to him. Yin would naturally help him, even if it was in this unknown place. Yun Nuashing nodded and blasted open the ice with her palm. A deep blue hole instantly appeared before their eyes, and bone-chilling, cold wind gushed out from it. It was as if this place had been sealed in ice for a long time and had not been opened since ancient times. Yun Nuashing and Yin looked at each other and smiled. Then they took a step forward and jumped into the hole. In the frozen tunnel, rich energy poured into their bodies. The two of them held on tightly to each other. Yun Nuashing held the netherworld ruin sword in front of her with one hand. The divine light mirror floated above her head, releasing a faint light that enveloped the two of them. Golden chains wound around their bodies and slowly floated down. Buzz! Suddenly, an inexplicable force wrapped around the two of them, instantly suppressing their strength. Their bodies stopped in midair for a moment. Then Yun Nuashing and Yin felt as if some connection had been severed. As soon as that feeling appeared, Yin exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression and couldn't help but blink. It seems like some kind of control has been severed. Yun Nuashing also felt it, but she couldn't think of anything for a while. She only felt that this sudden severed control was very, very familiar. I got it. After a moment, Yin suddenly understood. She couldn't help but smile. Then she said, "The connection with the wind element has been severed. Idiot, we're about to fall." As soon as she said this, Yin was stunned. She even gave Yun Nuashing a fright. Wind element? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Yun Nuashing laughed loudly. Then, the two of them hurriedly fell down. Holy **T. Frightened by the sudden movement, Yun Nuashing was so frightened that her tongue was stuck out. She hurriedly grabbed Yin and waved the netherworld ruin sword with one hand. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach the ice surface. The two of them fell at a speed of 1 g. An increasingly cold wind blew around them, causing them to shiver. Chains! Chains! Use chains! In her panic, Yin hurriedly looked to her sides and pointed at the golden chains around her. Although it was an emergency, she still managed to maintain some degree of calmness. Yun Nuashing nodded when he heard this. He hurriedly put away the chains and threw them at the ice wall with force. Clang! When the chains hit the ice wall, a very crisp sound of iron striking rang out. The ice here seemed to be abnormally hard. Even a god-level weapon couldn't penetrate it. The chains also directly bounced back and swept toward Yun Nuashing. Me. Looking at the chains that bounced back, Yun Nuashing's face tightened. She hurriedly lowered her head in fear. The cold wind from the chains that swept across her scalp made her scalp tingle. After putting away the golden chains, Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something. Her expression changed, and 6 huge wings suddenly popped out from her back. The pitch-black wings were like a huge screen. Along with the appearance of the wings, there was also a rich wind element. Phew! Her falling body hurriedly came to a stop in the air. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She held Yu Yin's slender waist with one hand and couldn't stop panting. The latter also patted her chest with lingering fear, as if she was scared out of her wits. Buzz! An even stronger fluctuation suddenly came from the bottom of the ice mountain. It suddenly sucked Yun Nuashing and her, who had just stopped falling down. The wings were also forcefully scattered. The 2 of them had just heaved a sigh of relief when their bodies suddenly fell. In an instant, they fell with an acceleration of more than 1 g. At this critical moment, Yun Nuashing didn't let out a heroic roar like "Mother asterisk cur" as his last words. Instead, "Save me." Yun Nuashing stared down with a pale face. He watched as the icy blue light came closer and closer. At the last moment, he clenched his teeth, hugged Yuin, and suddenly turned around, using himself as a cushion. "Little star!" Yuin grabbed his shoulder, and her terrified scream pierced through the tunnel. This happened in an instant, so fast that she couldn't react at all. She could only watch as the ice surface rapidly enlarged in front of her eyes. Whoosh! There was no violent collision like they had imagined. When their bodies came into contact with the ice surface, it was as if they had entered water. They quickly sank into it without making a single sound. In another space, there was a crimson sky. A huge stone mountain was at the same level as the sky. The top of the mountain had been cut off, and 5 huge red stone pillars stood in 5 different directions on the mountain. Below the stone mountain was a pile of rubble. In the distance, endless magma surged. Its bright red color turned the world into a blazing red. Boiling energy spread out from the void and surged toward the stone mountain. Above the pile of rocks, a crack suddenly appeared in the space, and a silver space door slowly appeared. Not long after the space door appeared, 2 bodies that were tightly hugging each other also fell out. They were wrapped in ice blue energy and gently placed on the ground. Following the appearance of the 2 people, the silver space door also slowly closed. The space was so calm that not a single ripple could be seen. When Yun Nuashing felt his feet touch the ground, the surrounding cold wind stopped howling. When the temperature rose sharply, he was immediately stunned. He slowly opened his eyes and saw an unbelievable scene. What entered his eyes was a fiery red world. Magma surged in the distance, constantly bursting out hot gases. Yun Nuashing looked around and didn't see the snow mountain that he remembered. He frowned, then lowered his head to look at Yuin, who was still wrapped in his chest. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but tease her. "How long do you want to stay here?" "It's fine now." Hearing this, Yuin slowly opened her maimao. She looked up at Yun Nuashing and rolled her eyes at him. She calmly extricated herself from his arms and looked around. When she saw the red sky, she immediately understood and muttered, "This is a self-contained world." A self-contained world was another space that was artificially created. This place couldn't be found on the map of the realm of the gods. It was a hidden space. Yun Nuashing nodded. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the stone mountain. He clenched his fists. There seemed to be no energy suppression here, and a surge of energy flowed through his body. When he saw that there was no danger around, he hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. After many twists and turns, he finally arrived at this unknown place safely. Although it was a little strange, it was still better than falling to his death in the ice mountain. "Let's go there and take a look." Looking at the tall stone mountain, Yun Nuashing turned around and said something to Yuin, then flew towards the stone mountain. Behind him, Yuin looked at his "Since we're here, Let's just take things as they come appearance. She held her forehead and sighed, then hurriedly followed. After landing on the top of the stone mountain, Yun Nuashing slowly looked around. There was a flat platform at the top of the mountain. In the center, there was a stone platform that was 3 feet wide and 3 feet tall. Countless messy lines were drawn on the top of the stone mountain. They started from the 5 stone pillars at the edge of the cliff and extended all the way to the centermost pillar. Countless lines were drawn, and finally, they formed a circle that surrounded the stone mountain. Yun Nuashing roughly glanced at the crisscrossing lines and pursed his lips. This was a formation. Furthermore, looking at the complexity of it, it was probably at the divine level. It was at the same level as the 10,000 spirits killing formation that he had just learned. Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva and turned to look at Yuen. The latter also turned her head as if she sensed his gaze. They saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Be careful." Yun Nuashing frowned and reminded her. He lifted his foot and carefully took a step forward. He even deliberately stepped on the lines of the formation. However, he didn't see anything wrong. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He turned his head and nodded at Yuen. He slowly walked to the center of the stone platform and looked up slightly. Only then did he see clearly that there was a round stone that was 1 meter tall on the stone platform. The top was slightly smaller, and the bottom was slightly bigger. From the outside, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like an egg. A stone egg? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but blurt out when he saw the stone that looked like an egg. The formation carved on the stone floor attracted the energy of this self-contained world and gathered all the energy on the stone. However, it didn't move at all. Even the waves that were calling him had disappeared. Only this thing looked normal in this strange place. According to his speculation, it should be this stone that was calling him. However, little star, what do you have to do with this stone? Yuen couldn't help but poke the stone curiously and ask. Yun Nuashing shook his head and took a step forward. He gently reached out his hand and placed it on the stone. An icy cold feeling was transmitted into his palm. He didn't feel anything strange. He even squeezed it a few times. The hardness of the stone was far beyond that of ordinary mountain rocks. It was difficult to crush it. There are some life waves. Yun Nuashing let go of his hand and frowned. His expression was a little serious. He could feel some life waves. Could it really be an egg? It is said that some ancient life forms will turn the seed of life into an egg when they die. They will seal it and cover it with a layer of stone. However, this layer of stone is very difficult to break. Moreover, the seed will choose a place to grow. In other words, they won't stay in one place without moving. Yuen scratched her eyebrows and thought for a long time before she slowly said, "Perhaps the life form in this egg is calling you. It should have something to do with you, right? What does an ancient life form have to do with me?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes.